Good morning, attorneys. I apologize. Is it Rendell Baker? I just want to make sure I'm Rendell Baker. Thank you. Attorney Tisler, any administrative matters?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gillette. I do have an administrative matter. The company convened and discussed several of the read-ins yesterday evening. And we've determined that for read-ins E, F, and G, it may be best to turn those into late filed exhibits. So we would request that those be turned into late files 20, 21, and 22.
Just give me one moment here, please. Okay. Very good. Which means we just have read in D open.
Correct. And Ms. Kane can provide the read-in D this morning. And after she provides that this morning, I just ask that OCC confirm that we've provided a response that's fully responsive.
Thank you. I see one OCC attorney. So let's do read in D, please.
Great. So read in D is related to interrogatory response, OCC OCC 2, I wrote down too. For that one, if we could reference OCC 31 attachment 1, and that captures the outbound calls. So the question yesterday was about for the customers who verify their financial hardship, the letter that goes out didn't explicitly say, go sign up for SEEP. It said, see your community action agency. So we're calling attention to one, that letter is correct. That is what is currently sent. 2, see OCC 31, attachment 1 for the list of outbound calls that we send. And included in there for all customers whose financial hardship is verified, we outbound call them, and in the context of the message that we give them, we tell them to go get SEEP. In addition, there's 3 other outbound calls that we do for customers to get SEEP. For 2 of them are for MPP customers, reminding them to apply. We also do a secondary reminder midway through the winter season. If you haven't received SEEP and you're eligible, meaning you heat with our electricity or gas, we send another outbound call. And then last is if the SEEP deadline has been extended, we also send an outbound call there. In addition, in addition to the letters, we also email all customers upon financial hardship verification if we have their email address, which is about 90% of our customers. So in that, if you reference in docket 230501, order number 28, that was the October 2023 decision that was related to the SEEP strategy for outreach. And so we are following that. So there's a bunch of ways we outreach. And yet we also think that the letter content could be updated. We could use that quarterly working group as well to update that if LIHEAP isn't discontinued with the federal administration, which would be terrible. That is the end of my read-in.
Thank you. Attorney McMorney.
Yes, that answer is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Attorney Tisler, anything further?
I would just note that we have the company president here, Kevin Kelly, to respond to a line of questioning that EOE commenced yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kelly. Attorney Wyman, Ms. Viola.
Good morning. You guys have me again. Sorry. I'm Athena Fiola, EOE staff with Attorney Brittany Wyman. Just to circle back, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Regarding EOE 35 first. Is there an absolute limit to the time for an after-hours appointment? Like, for example, no appointment scheduled any later than 9 p.m., any earlier than 6 a.m., anything like that?
So what type of work are you talking about?
It's in reference to EOE 35, so any of the appointments that you would do during the regular business hours.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we do schedule appointments after hours depending on the customer's needs. We do tend to try to schedule appointments Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 on normal business hours. However, if a customer, and depending on the type of work, whether it's compliance work or whether it's customer driven work, we always work with our customers to try to make sure that that we're flexible in a way that we meet their schedule. We get folks are busy but we do work with customers and we do set appointments after hours.
Okay, so if, for example, a customer was requesting that you come at 6 a.m., is that something you could accommodate?
We could, however, I do want to be clear that we'll work with the customer, to determine why they need 6 a.m. and if they, meet certain criteria. And what I mean by that is, I work from 8 to 4. That's no other way we can get in there. If it's a compliance issue like an inspection or something like that, we will accommodate the customers. It's not something we do all the time, but certainly we talk to the customers, ask for the unique circumstances that would cause the appointment needed that early in the morning. But we do honor those appointments when we feel necessary.
Thank you.
Mr.
Sorry.
Sorry, related to that, yesterday, when we didn't yet have didn't have our gas partners here, I did say that it would that we could offer a same day appointment reconnect. So good news, we already have it. And so that piece of information I learned last night, and I just was unaware of that. So the same, if you've been disconnected for non-payment, there's a fee, just like the electric side, if you're reconnecting during normal business hours, and you can pay an additional fee to be reconnected after hours. And Mr. Kelly can answer more about that if you have questions, but that is more than I knew last night.
Thank you. The next question is in regards to EOE 26.
Just give me a minute, please.
In section C, just further clarification, who schedules the OMARC technicians' appointments? Is that done by OMARC themselves or is that done by the company?
That is done by the company.
Thank you. Is the IPI process a company system?
When you say company system, do you mean like a work management system?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it is a company system. It is part of our work management system, as well as we have a field data collection piece of it as well, which at the time of when we responded to this, it was a system called Click Mobile. And that feeds into our Maximo system, which is our work management system.
Thank you. How does the company know that the OMARC technicians are keeping scheduled appointments?
So we monitor the schedule each and every day. So our leak survey supervisors, as well as our corrosion supervisors, send out the letters. We work with a outside call center to schedule our appointments, and then the leak survey supervisors assign those appointments to OMARC technicians, the system that I talked about, the Click Mobile system. As they go through the day, if they're running into any issues with any appointments, and I want to explain that a little bit, why they might have issues, they reach out to the leak survey supervisors, and we either call the customers to let them know that we're running late. If that doesn't work for them, we'll reschedule. But we essentially look at the work that we assigned, the work that we completed, and then determine, what we missed, what we didn't get to. So one of the reasons I mentioned that I wanted to talk about why they could get hung up. Part of their process when they go into an inside pipe inspection, they do two things, or they do a couple things. They go in and they look at atmospheric corrosion, as well as they do a leak check. So when they go into the home and they do find a leak, there's a process in place where we would get a company representative over there. They stay there, they wait until the company representative goes over there and takes over the leak the leak call. So they could be delayed, and that could be a reason why, if they had other appointments scheduled for that day, they might run late, or we might need to call the customer to reschedule us.
Now, the leak supervisor that you mentioned, is that an OMARC employee or a company employee?
That is a company employee.
On page 3 of EOE 26, there's mention that leak supervisors ensure that appointments are fulfilled. It specifically states that the leak management personnel should make every effort to notify customers in the event that an appointment cannot be kept. What do you define as every event to notify customers? How is that established? What does that entail?
So when we make appointments with customers, we try to contact them in various ways, whether it's a cell phone, home phone, text, email. So if we are running late or we need to reschedule an appointment, we would reach out to the customer based on the information that they provided to us for their best contact. And so our leak surveys supervisors would call the customer directly, explain the issue, explain the problem, and ask them if they can wait for the appointment or they reschedule it, and they would reschedule it at that point. If they're not able to get to the customer, we'll do our best, depending on the time of day, to go by that customer's home. And if we can't gain access, we generally leave a card asking them to call us.
So if OMARC is unable to make the appointment
Mhm.
and they contact the customer to reschedule, are they put on a priority list? Do they get, first dibs on the next available appointment? How does that work for the customer if OMARC is the one who misses?
Yeah, so I don't think we go into it and say, we want to fit you in tomorrow because we have an opening. We work with the customer based on their availability. That's more important to us, to make sure that we're not disrupting them again. Certainly, we don't want to miss appointments, but in the event that we do, we will work with the customers that, and again, the first question that you asked me, hey, they might have stayed home that day for the appointment. And, at that point, we will try to be very flexible with the customer because we missed the appointment, to say, if something after hours works a little bit better for you, we'll do that. But it's truly on the customer at that point, to be the company to be flexible and meet their schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Brittany Wyman. I have a few more questions on that, and then I'll move on to the rest of it. So when I scroll, it's because I went out of order, and I apologize. Okay. So in EOE 26 still, it states that the system you use to track the field technicians, and specifically OMARC, is unable to distinguish if an appointment was missed because of OMARC or because of a customer. Did I understand that correctly?
You did, and let me try to clarify that a little bit better for you. So the systems that we were using, we didn't have a good handle on. For example, if we send 15 appointments to a certain technician and they completed 12 out of the 15, we knew that we missed 3, but why did we miss 3? Was it we went to the customer's home and they weren't home at that time? Or did we get tied up, like I talked about before? And what was the process to call that customer to reschedule? Oftentimes, if we have an afternoon appointment and we're running late, the customers just decide to go out and go on their business, we'll still go over their homes, or we'll still go to their address and leave a card or knock on the door. However, that piece of, why did we miss it? That's something we've been working on to improve our scheduling and improve our customer service. And we did implement a process recently, but we even want to get a little bit better. But we looked at appointments from January 1st, 2024 to May 19th, 2025, kind of anticipating this question might come up. We had 11,205 appointments scheduled for IPIs. Of those, we missed 223, which is a 98.1% completion. Of those 223, we confirmed that 152 of those were a result of OMARC getting tied up and did not make the appointment. We are working now to get in a better spot to determine when we do miss those calls, what is the follow-up to the customer? Do we have good documentation? I would say that we need some improvement there, to be honest. But we are starting to track the missed appointments and certainly making sure that we have a follow-up call to our customers. But pretty good results in terms of, 98%. However, we want to get a little bit better there and make sure that we're at 100%, and certainly want to make sure that our customers are happy with the service that we provided.
Thank you. Foresaw my next three questions. And possibly the late file. Of that you did since January and the numbers that Athena kindly wrote down. Is there more of a report with it? Does it, is it laid out? With notes as to why Omark missed it with it?
Great question. Some are and some are not, and that's part of our improvement to improve the field mobility piece of it, to be able to write in those comments and have those comments required, right? Because sometimes we get them back. We missed the appointment, obviously, because we didn't have the inspection done, but why did we miss the appointment? Did we follow up with the customer? And that's part of our improvement process that we put in place. We're tracking it. We want to get better at it, and that's the piece that we need to make a few changes with our mobile collection system device to capture that information and be able to tie it back to how we dealt with that customer that day. If we did miss it, did we explain to the customer why we're missing it? Did we give them an opportunity to reschedule right then and there? Or will they be willing to kind of wait that day, and we would stretch beyond our normal hours to take care of that customer?
Whatever information you have since January, can you provide that as a late file?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. I believe that will be late file exhibit 23.
Thank you.
Welcome.
A couple of questions. I believe that Omark was for about a year until 2023 at some point. They were scheduling appointments. Is that correct?
Yes, in the history of that, we had a third-party call center that we were not happy with their performance. So we made a decision to have Omark create a call center for us to take those calls. And we did have an issue in June of 2022. The company sent out too many letters. It overwhelmed Omark's call center. They weren't set up in a way that they could handle those calls. We did correct that. But we knew that was a temporary situation that we had to get by, and we moved to a new company in June of 2023, like you mentioned.
Okay.
But they no longer do that for us.
And so that was why there was just the issue with how they were performing those appointment calls?
Correct. It was really, I believe it was more on the company than it was on Omark, only that again, we had a problem with the third-party call center that we were using, and we made a decision to end that contract. We asked Omark to stand up quickly a call center. They had a smaller one. We asked them to expand until we could find a replacement. With that, I believe the company overwhelmed them in terms of how many letters we sent out for appointments, and we were able to get by that. That could cause some issues with our customers, which was regrettable. But we did work with our customers, explain the issue, and move forward to make sure that we got their appointments. But that was a temporary fix, if you will. And we moved on to a new call center to put us in a better position. And we are in a better position now. Omark does not provide that service for us. They provide field technicians to perform the work.
Thank you. And what systems did the company put in place to prevent the overwhelm that happened back in 2022 from happening again?
Yeah, so we developed and implemented a scheduling tool based on the resources that we had. So it's kind of a simple process. You have X amount of people, they can do X amount of work each day. So based on the letters that we send out, we don't get 100% response of those. And we have a process in place in terms of IPIs that is part of our procedures. However, with that, we judge when we send out letters what the success rate is, if you will. So if I send out 100 letters, we have percentages that we get 18% of those. And I'm making up a little bit of numbers now. I don't have them, but of that 18%, we schedule those calls. We look at resource capability. And then we do a quick, simple formula, simple math kind of workload to determine whether we can handle those calls. If we're short of calls for the day or over, we'll do a couple of things. Either we'll bring on more resources to handle the workload, or we'll start calling customers to try to fill the day of the technicians that we have. But that's the process that we use. We have a scheduling workload management type tool that we use to make sure that we don't overbook like we did in 2022.
Thank you. And who was that third-party call center that was having issues?
AnswerNet.
AnswerNet?
AnswerNet.
Do you do any business with them?
No,
Okay.
no.
Um,
And we moved to Alorica. I'm not sure if I said that or not, but
okay, no, I appreciate
Thank
that. Thank you. Let me see. Do you do you have other vendors that perform the same work as Omark?
we do use other vendors. Omark is one of our largest vendors. And we send that out a competitive bid when our contracts are up, but they provide many different services for us, but we do use other vendors.
And in UE 33, I believe it was a track of missed appointments that were handled by internal field technicians.
Let me just catch up real quick. Excuse me. What, it was 32, you said?
33.
33.
Let's hope I wrote it down correctly.
Yes, so this is, I believe it's speaking to internal appointments, and we have a different process for that. We do track missed appointments. I think we provided that data to you over the years. So our internal folks, when they have scheduled appointments, if we are going to miss an appointment for various reasons, emergencies, or just scheduling issues that we had, folks got tied up, we make calls to the customers to try to, same process, try to reschedule or ask them if they can wait a little bit longer than what their appointment window was. But through our dispatch and meter service group, we track those on a monthly basis. We report on those through our work plan, our percentages of missed appointments. We follow up with customers if we do miss an appointment with a phone call to determine why we missed it. Was it a certain time of day? Was there traffic? We do that with emergency calls as well.
Thank you. And for those other external vendors, what are their names? I'm sure they're in the record, but just to level set.
Yeah. Not sure I have those with me, but I can certainly supply them to you.
If you could.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I'm trying to get at, I'll just cut to the chase. For those companies, what is the average workload for them compared to Omark? And if you can figure out what their average missed appointments are roughly per month?
Sure, I would have to provide that data and look into it. Yeah, I could get back to you on that.
And I think that might just make it easier to be a late file. It's just.
Yeah, I would need a late file.
Yeah. Who those vendors are that perform the same work as Omark, what their workload is, average workload, and their average number of missed appointments.
Okay, I think I know the answer to this question, but you specifically want just Connecticut.
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that will be late file 24. And Attorney Wyman, I feel like like 30 seconds before that, you suggested something else that was maybe a read-in. Can we capture it?
No, you are correct. I'm combining them into one late file.
Okay.
Just so it's easier. So it is the vendors that the company uses that perform the same work as Omark, their average workload, and their average missed appointments per month.
Okay, so that's late file exhibit 24. And then, but late file exhibit 23 was provide any information on reasons for missed appointments.
Since the new sort of research or report that
Right.
the company made since January 2025.
Right, the numbers that I went over from January 1st of 24 to May of 2025. That's what you asked
Yep,
for, right?
that.
Yep.
Okay.
Excuse me, for LFE 24, could we just have a time period for the averages that you're requesting?
Same time period as what you are for 2023? Or not 2023, for LFE 23.
Okay,
So just match the,
January 1st of 24 to May of 2025.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
I will get those dates in my head. It's some point. Here, I just want to make sure that was,
I believe I've got that straight
Okay.
now. Thank you.
thank you. I think you may be off the hot seat.
sorry?
I think you may be off the hot seat, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, so EOE 94. Are we, okay. It's not wholly related anyways. If a customer is speaking to an outside vendor, Alorica per se, and they, are requesting a copy of their MPP letter, a copy of their bill, or some copy of some correspondence that they received via email. Is the external vendor, Alorica in this case, able to send that, or does that have to go through a separate process?
I can answer that. So the vendor does not have the access to send the emails out because the CSRs don't have emails. And that request goes out to a separate department.
Can you explain to me what that request looks like?
It's an email through the supervisor that goes out that we need to send out the information via an email. The regular mail, the customer wants a bill, that can be sent out, that request can be made within the system. But if it's through the email, that's something which the CSRs don't have access to from a security perspective.
Does it make a difference if the customer is signed up for electronic billing versus paper billing?
No. So we have about 90% of our customers' email addresses, and maybe half of our customers are on email. But we, for several years now, many years maybe, when we have developed new communication, if we have their email address, we default to sending it via email, and we avoid the sending it via letter, because by providing their email, there's signaling, hey, this is my preference, period.
Thank you. And I'm gonna hypothetical for a second because it's easier with an explain, to explain, I think. So if I'm calling, collection, so it's Alorica, and I want another emailed copy or a new emailed copy of my MPP letter. The CSR would then say, we can do that, might take 24 hours to get to you, or.
So we don't give a time frame
Okay,
because this is an easy request. Does not take time.
Okay.
Basically, it's just a request that goes out to the supervisor,
Okay.
and then supervisor reaches out to that department and the email is just sent out.
okay, so it'd just be
Yeah.
same day, same hour, or something like
Yes.
that. Okay. Moving on to EOE 56, attachment 1. In their notes that the company will provide 60 days of temporary service protection during the winter moratorium to allow customers to submit their proof of financial hardship verification and documentation to their local CA in the companies. And EOE 113 says something similar. And the company indicated that they do not offer a hold for customers who are pre-qualified for financial hardship outside of the winter moratorium for them to submit their financial hardship verification documentation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the question is just to make sure I understand, outside of the winter moratorium, if a customer claims that they have a financial hardship, they pre-qualify for it, is the customer provided a hold for their account from disconnection? No, they are not.
It always been that way?
Yes.
Okay. The company offers a temporary hold for customers seeking medical protection. That's correct. Outside the moratorium, that's correct.
Correct. Once in the lifetime of the account.
Once in a lifetime of the account. Can you sort of just explain the thought process behind having a hold for medical protection customers outside of the winter moratorium, but not for financial hardship?
Yeah, so a hold for medical customers can protect them from disconnection outside of the moratorium. So if a customer has their medical form filled out, and they're life-threatening outside of the moratorium, they're protected from disconnection. A financial hardship verification does not protect them from disconnection outside the moratorium. Only during the winter moratorium are they protected.
There are other benefits to being financial hardship verified, though, besides not being terminated during the winter moratorium, correct?
Correct. They can enroll in programs, matching payment program, once they're verified.
But is the company able to set a hold at all for outside of the winter moratorium, or is the system not set up that way? If you can't answer that question.
Currently, the system's not set up.
Is there a benefit to customers to not have that hold outside of the winter moratorium?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Wyman, for that question. So Connecticut already has among the longest winter moratorium. It's not winter, it's half of the year. And so to protect customers, what it's doing is it's contributing to the other things that make Connecticut an outlier for the lack of collections we're allowed to do. So the negative impact on all customers is they're paying higher for the unpaid bills from those who can pay and aren't paying. And so there are many protections, many notifications, all of which have been gone through line by line and word by word in the last 5 or 6 years to ensure that customers are given ample time in advance to file for their financial hardship. In addition, they can sign up if they need a few days to go file their financial hardship. They can do it in real time on eversource.com securely. If they need a few days, what our practice is we offer them a payment plan when they're speaking to us in real time. And that gives even if you haven't made a payment, actually, after you've enrolled in a payment plan, even if you don't make any payment for 2 months, your service remains protected. And so we have way too many ways for customers to not pay and yet get service that is driving up the cost for all customers that is reflected in that public benefits charge. So I would say it is important that we do the job that you need us to do, which is collections. And we do not support additional collections for those who don't have a medical protection and do have a financial hardship. They're already given half the year, and they were given 4.5 years during the COVID moratorium, and that contributed to arrears that are 3 times higher for hardship customers and twice as high for financial hardship customers and twice as high, 3 times higher for non-financial hardship.
Thank you. And if a customer is pre-qualified for financial hardship outside of the winter moratorium and they sign up for that payment plan and then submit their documentation, they call back to get
Exactly.
on MPP? Okay.
They can also go on the web. So so yes, they can call, but why? Like, just go on the web. So once your financial hardship is verified, as long as you haven't failed more than, actually MPP, you can now infinitely enroll in. If you've already failed once in a 12-month time, you'll be guided to talk to the contact center. If you've never been on MPP before, as soon as your financial hardship is verified, you can immediately go on the web and sign up for MPP. We're going to push that to you because it's better for you. It has a lower monthly required payment amount than a traditional old school payment plan that doesn't have the forgiveness. That would be the best path for them.
Thank you. And I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I'm going to clarify just in case. Once a customer does submit their financial hardship documentation, they receive an email letter, something that says, hey, congratulations.
There are 3 outcomes, and I know my colleague can supplement this, but one is that the documentation they provide is sufficient and they qualify for financial hardship, in which case we send them a congratulations, like you mentioned, but we do that via a call, and the letters and or email, depending on which one. The second is if they provide information, it's not sufficient. So if they have to provide pay stubs, they just provide one. They needed to provide more than one. We'll call them and say, please provide additional information because what you submitted doesn't qualify. And the third is when they don't qualify. Then we let them know you provided documentation. It proves you do not qualify. In all three outcomes, we do contact the customer via multiple methods.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm going to take a left turn. Yesterday, when you were speaking with Attorney White and stated roughly 70% of Alorica's calls were allocated to Connecticut. Did I got that correctly?
Yes.
Do you know what the percentage is that are just Yankee specific?
I would say off the top of our head, no, but we can get that for a read-in probably very shortly.
Please.
Attorney Wyman, just to clarify, what time frame are you looking for 2025, 2024?
2025.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's read in H.
I do know that Yankee Gas calls are about 9% of our total call volume, but in terms of Connecticut between CLNP and Yankee Gas, that's what we need to calculate.
Okay, thank you. And it is for Alorica specifically.
Yeah, so I'm based upon checking, but I'm pretty certain we can check, but it's 90-10. So 90% is CLMP and 10% is Yankee Gas on that. But we can definitely check on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I have a few questions-ish on the Schedule H2F. Now, the witness responsible was the Revenue Requirements Panel, but it includes customer service policies. Is there a preference if I attempt to ask some of those now and then move to the revenue? Sorry.
We're ready for all the customer service policy questions you've got, Brittany.
Okay.
And just to remind you, Attorney Wyman, the revenue requirements team is sworn in, so if they're able to respond today, they may do so.
Okay. Oh, felt like we're gonna get into it. I don't know it's gonna be that that bad, but we'll find out. So starting with your back billing policy, it's page 2 of the attachment.
Yep, I have it open.
Okay. As I'm trying to also open it and talk at the same time. Can you just explain to me what happens when there are mixed metering when the mixed metering conditions are met?
The different one. Oh, no.
It's
Sure.
back billing. It's one of the exceptions that are met for the back billing, or that can be met.
Just going to confer for a second. So I'm going to first refer us to policy 270.2, which is the mixed metering policy.
And it's in this.
It's the last section. Of this. So it's 270. Was that the question, Ms. Whitney?
Yeah, and it's in the Schedule H.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And so the last sentence of Yankee 110, in that last paragraph, it mentions bullet 2 says mixed metering conditions refer to 270.2. Just get to 270.2. Not 270.2.
I say, is it in the record and I missed it? Because I don't see it in the Schedule H, that 270.
Yep.
I see it.
I know why.
Yeah.
Okay, so there were 2 policies that were mixed metering and what was the other one? So Y 270.1 was filed not at the same time as all the others. So we missed filing that in the December filing. What? And 180 is the other one. So those were filed, and maybe if our attorneys can help me identify. What's that?
I believe they
At
were
least
filed in a
Swift did-
supplemental filing to one of the discovery responses.
Yep. But I can read, so if you don't have that, which supplemental, we'll look up which supplemental, but I can read what it is as well.
Well, and I have some general questions, so let's
Yes.
just try there and I can, and look at the rest otherwise. Just for my purposes, how do gas meters get mixed?
Mm.
Like, how does that happen?
So how about this? I'm gonna partner, but I'm also gonna just share because the policy itself is super simple. Written super simple. So when the customer's action has caused the mixed metering condition, the company reserves the right to back bill in accordance with their back billing policy. If we caused it, we will not back bill the customer's account for the additional use. So that's our policy. And I'll defer to my colleague Kevin to just share on what are some ways that mixed metering conditions. can
Thank you, because I
create-
did see that one.
Okay, good.
I'm back.
I'm sorry, I tried.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So we do run into situations where customers do work within their own homes. And if it is multi-family, and they connect one appliance to one meter, that's on the first floor and it should be on the second floor meter. That's just one example, that could happen. If they replace a water heater and they connect it to the wrong meter and it's for not the right floor, that could happen as well. So on the company side where a mixed meter could occur, if we were doing work in the customer's home, I'll give you an example, like we replaced their service and we were moving the meters from inside to outside and it was a multifamily and the technician might have made a mistake and recorded floor number one, set it on floor number two, and vice versa, and put two on one. That could possibly happen. Those are examples, but that's just a few to come to my top of my head that could happen out there, but it could be a customer issue, it could be a company issue.
Thank you. And if a customer suspects somehow that there might be some sort of mixed metering issues, does the company perform an investigation? And if so, what does that look like?
Yes, so the customer would call, initiate the concern or the problem. We would schedule a call with the customer. Our technician would go out. And there's a process of how we determine if it's a cross meter. That's the term we would use. So for example, that we might run one piece of equipment on the first floor, like we'll turn the water heater on. We'll go over to the meters and see which meter is spinning. A simple way of doing it, right? And we'll investigate that. And sometimes we find things, sometimes we don't. Folks sometimes use more energy than they think and they think something's up, but we do investigate those quite a bit.
Thank you. And if it's a multi-dwelling unit, is there a number of units that you won't investigate? If it's, say, there's 10 meters in a facility, you'll investigate 20? It doesn't.
Yes, no, there's no limit on that.
Thank you. And in a later policy, the rent receivership policy, and I'll just read it because I think that's easier. The residential service will not be terminated when the company has actual or constructive knowledge that the customer to whom the service is billed is not the exclusive occupant of that premises. Is that back to that mixed metering issue, or is that a different issue? The exclusive.
I could take that one. Yeah, that's a different issue. That's like, for example, if the service is in the landlord's name and they're trying to, say, get a tenant to move out of the property because maybe they're not paying, and they call to disconnect the service because they're thinking maybe if I disconnect the gas service, that'll prompt the tenant to move out. So if we know that the landlord is the account holder and there's potentially a tenant there, then there's a different process that's followed. Either they have to fill out an occupant consent form, which means I, the occupant, say I'm fine with the gas getting shut off, or the landlord has to fill out there's another form.
Mr. Trainer, I believe it's the vacant dwelling form you're referring to.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGrath. That's the one.
Thank you. I'm used to the non-exclusive use in electricity. I was wondering how that worked in gas, so I appreciate it. Moving on to the spousal liability policy. Can you just provide a high-level overview of how this policy works?
Ms. Wyman, could you mind referring to which policy number that?
Page 53 in the Schedule H.
380, okay.
And for next time, I need to put the policy numbers down and not their titles.
Yeah, for spousal liability, I mean, the overall kind of gist of it is if two people are married, in Connecticut, they both are responsible for the debt, regardless if the account is in one person's name or the other or both. When there's a divorce that happens, there's different things that could happen in the courts. One person could be responsible or the other, or they're both responsible up until the date that the divorce is finalized.
And the policy, I'll just use so there's a named spousal customer, which I presume is the person on the account.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's the unnamed, which would be the unnamed spouse, which would be the one that's not.
Yes.
Okay. Did I understand correctly that the policy, at least as I read it, seemed to more focus on if the named spousal customer was the one assigned responsibility of the account during a divorce or separation proceeding?
And anything could happen in the divorce, right? Like it could be in the husband's name, and then in the divorce, the settlement is the wife's name. The wife is responsible for the service. That all happens in the courts. It's not
Of course.
for us
Right.
to determine. But ultimately, if there's nothing decided, both parties are responsible up until that divorce date.
What information does the company accept or require for notification of this sort of issue happening?
A divorce decree, I think it's called.
Okay,
If that does decide who's responsible for the bill.
okay, a divorce decree, just a general court order.
Yeah.
And so hypothetically, if the named spouse is determined not to be the assigned the liability, and the unnamed spouses, and you receive whatever the company determines is valid to accept that, but the unnamed spouse never reaches out. What does this policy sort of explain that, or what would happen?
What would happen is we would request the documentation. Usually the customer whose name it is in calls us and says, hey, I'm not responsible for this anymore. My divorce says the wife is. So we would request a documentation from the court that decided that.
Okay.
And then we would put the account in that person's name.
Okay, and the company's able to do that?
Yes, only if there's a court order to do
Great.
that.
I will not have you breaking any rules.
And Ms. Wyman, if Attorney Wyman, the policy it supports the regulations or the statute and the regulation. So that's where I think we dove deep into this in a specific customer example months ago when it's pretty clear, and it might be unintuitive, but that is the way the statute is written.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. And my last question / policy question. So I'm going to try to find the number. So 420.2, the transfer of account balances. So this goes under the guise of things I had not previously contemplated until sitting in a rate case. There's statute of limitations if somebody doesn't pay their bill for 6 years. Is that correct?
Yes, the statute of limitation kicks in once they end their service.
Once they end
So
their
it's
service.
not just like you have service and you haven't paid for 6 years that you don't owe that balance. It's your account ended.
Right.
And then you haven't done anything for
Right.
6 years, then
Okay.
we no longer can collect on that balance
And
outside of a legal judgment.
okay. And within the 6 years, I mean, it would have been written off or moved
Yeah.
or paid.
It gets written off at 120 days and it follows a process, collections process through multiple different collection agencies.
Okay, and so something that is meeting that statute of limitations is almost guaranteed to just be following your normal practice of not receiving a payment.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was it for me. I think EOE is all set. Thank you.
Attorney Wyman, just really quick, I'm sorry. I don't think we got a letter for the read-in on the percent of Alorica phone calls.
H is what I wrote down, but I could be wrong. Yes. I
Okay,
agreed it's
go with
yours.
H.
Great.
Thus far in 2025, January 1 through, is that yesterday, Mr. Bajan?
Yeah.
It is 89% CLNP, 11% Yankee Gas.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wyman, the policy referencing mixed meters was submitted as supplemental response to EOE 115.
Thank you. I thought I saw it.
Okay.
I just started
Thank you.
reading it. That sounds familiar. Thank you very much. We are all set.
Thank you. Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner Karen.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I think they're largely about some of the IT costs and clarification that we were discussing yesterday. Okay, hopefully these notes still make sense that I took yesterday. Clarification. I believe this was in response to cross-examination by the authority staff. There was a reference to the cost for IT in relation to implementing LiDAR as the company had proposed. And I just wasn't sure that I understood what the source of the cost is. Is it personnel time? Is it like materials and equipment? Like, I just didn't understand what the cost was.
So thank you for the question. Our total costs are derived from both internal labor, external labor, internal labor being from my own IT employees. We have members of our business team that account for testing we account for. And then we contract with a third-party vendor to help us with the development costs as well, in addition to testing.
Okay, thank you. So for the portion of the labor cost that's for internal IT staff, I have kind of like a really basic question. So is it accurate or not that the salaries associated with IT personnel, like internal IT personnel, are included? This might be a revenue requirements question, I'm realizing. Sorry, Ms. Peruta. I'm trying to understand if the salaries for the IT personnel are already included in base rates. Or just to follow up on that, like, are they only direct billed? I just don't understand why we're paying for it. Okay, I think you understand the question.
No, I definitely understand the question. So thank you for the question, Garrett Murray. So when we set base distribution rates, there is an assumed level of capitalization within those rates. And we only include the O&M portion within the cost of service. So what you'll see in Schedule 3.7, which is payroll expense, is the O&M portion. So what Mr. Koch was talking about is the capitalized portion of those costs.
Okay, so, and I think we got into this a little bit yesterday, but the decision to capitalize the cost, was there a manual that the company uses to determine when such personnel costs should be capitalized?
Yeah, I believe we agreed to provide that as APS 3, right? I forgot which late file that was.
Okay, thank you.
The late file, though.
Okay, so it's so the portion of the internal IT labor that is attributable to the LiDAR project and is then capitalized, how is that quantified? Are those internal IT specialists like using a special code, or is it like, and I'm sure this might be revealed in the manual, or is it just like for a project that's $1 million, we capitalize 10% or something?
Yeah, so we set up different work orders that they would charge their time appropriately to. So if it's a capital work order that they're working on, such as a capital IT project, those employees would be charging a capital work order and their time would be accounted for accordingly based on the underlying FERC accounting to that work order.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's my revenue requirements questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Um, so referencing back to the late file exhibits that were requested yesterday, so back to my question about costs, and I appreciate you breaking the categories down for me. That's really helpful. Is it in the record, or is it going to be in response to one of the late files that was asked yesterday? How the 2 million to 2.5 million is going to break down between the categories that you just roughly ran through?
Yes, ma'am, correct. As part of the late file, what we've listed, we're gonna break down at a percentage of what those costs are associated with that list.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll be able to see that 10% goes to internal capitalization, 20% goes to external labor.
Correct. I believe the late file, we can provide that view as well, but I believe the late file was inquiring on the type of work. For example, back-end work, we have front-end work, there's bill presentment work. We were going to disaggregate the cost by percentage, but we also have the disaggregation of cost by internal versus external labor as well.
Could you do that, please? Show both views. I believe it was late file exhibit 6.
That looks accurate according to my notes.
Thank you, Attorney Tisler. If that's clear, then I think my final question, I think my final question is a random cleanup on public benefits charge. So I think I'm off of IT for the moment. Thank you. Although while I'm at it, I apologize. I was looking at the late file exhibit request and I'm having trouble identifying which late file exhibit it was that the capitalization policy is going to be provided in response to. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Ms. Parita.
I'm so sorry. So we're getting our dockets conflated because that was a late file, not yesterday, the other day.
Okay.
So apologies for that. We'll be sure to include it as an LFE here.
Okay,
So
thank
sorry.
you. No, when you said it, I was like, that's right. Okay, let's mark that as late file exhibit 25, please. Okay. Actually, I don't have a cleanup question on public benefits, so I believe that's it for me. Attorneys, if you need a moment to consider redirect.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll stand at ease for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can go back on the record. Attorney Tisler.
Yes, thank you. I do have one question for redirect. Thank you. Ms. Kane, would you like to clarify the number of customers that the company has on record with email addresses?
Yes, thank you for that. And thank you to my colleagues who corrected me. It's approximately 70% of our customers who we have email addresses for, not 90. And that's it.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The panel is excused until the late file hearing, and we will transition into the company's panel on clean technology and the future of gas, please. And the Office of Consumer Counsel, I believe, is up first for cross-examination of this panel.
Questions. Some point. Questions.
Got it. All right. May I ask for pronunciation before I butcher your last name? Is Attorney Poku?
Yes.
Poku. Okay, thank you. Okay. Attorney Tisler?
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to note for the record that we have Claire Connolly, Director of Sustainability and Climate for Eversource Energy Service Company, joining this panel to speak to greenhouse gas emissions, and specifically the discovery questions on greenhouse gas emissions sponsored by Mark Richards.
Thank you. Thank you. If you could ask your witnesses to identify themselves, I'll administer the oath.
To the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Nikki Bruno, Vice President of Clean Technologies for Eversource Energy Services Company. Julia Day, Director of Gas System Engineering for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Claire Connolly, Director of Sustainability and Climate for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Thank you. If the witnesses could please raise your right hand, I will administer the oath, at the conclusion of which please state, I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Attorney Tisler.
Thank you. Ms. Bruno, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits in this proceeding, which were marked as exhibits YGS Clean Tech 1 through YGS Clean Tech 3 and exhibit YGS FOG Rebuttal 1?
Yes.
Ms. Day, did you also co-sponsor pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of the Capital Editions panel, which were marked as exhibits YGS Capital 1 through YGS Capital 7 Exhibit YGS Capital Rebuttal 1 through YGS Capital Rebuttal 2, co-sponsor pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of the PBR metrics panel, exhibits YGS Metrics 1 and YGS Metrics 2, and co-sponsor the Future of Gas Rebuttal Testimony, exhibit YGS FOG Rebuttal 1.
Yes.
Ms. Bruno and Ms. Day, did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes. Yes.
Do either of you have any updates or corrections to your pre-file testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses?
Yes.
Ms. Day, please provide your correction or update.
I will. So in exhibit YGS capital 1 at page 59, line 13 through page 60, line 2, I talked about the emission reductions that we've seen because of our accelerated replacement program. And I can now update those statistics to include the 2024 results. Those lines can now read, since the ARP began in 2011, there has been a 56% decrease in carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, and the company is predicting a nearly 70% decrease in emissions by 2030. In 2024, the company forecast a further 1,200 metric ton reduction in carbon dioxide equivalent emissions due to the replacement of the cast iron and bare steel with plastic pipe, and Yankee exceeded this forecast by achieving a 1,442 metric ton reduction.
Thank you. Do each of you adopt your pre-file testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Ms. Connolly, for purposes of admission into the record, have you reviewed and do you adopt interrogatory responses sponsored by Mr. Mark J. Richards regarding ESG and greenhouse gas emissions, specifically interrogatory requests UPA 1 through UPA 5, UPA 10 through UPA 13, UPA 15, UPA 30, UPA 32, UPA 35, UPA 38, UPA 39, UPA 51, and UPA 52?
Yes.
Ms. Bruno, is it accurate that your testimony is focused on discussing Yankee's role in Connecticut's clean energy future?
Yes. Eversource and Yankee are committed to the enablement of supporting the state's clean energy transition while also maintaining safe, reliable, and affordable delivery of natural gas to our existing customers. This includes installing cost-effective decarbonization infrastructure and promoting thoughtful and inclusive consideration of environmental justice communities. We know that it's critical that Yankee be aligned with the state's policies, and the company is pursuing that the company is pursuing projects that are supported by stakeholders and state officials. As such, Eversource and Yankee welcome collaboration and discussion on how the gas companies can be part of the state's decarbonization goals.
And what actions has Eversource taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Internally, which began in 2019, Eversource has a carbon neutrality goal by 2030 that addresses its Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. And additionally, Yankee's Accelerated Replacement Program, or ARP, has a track record of reducing emissions by certain leaks, leak types on pipe. Yankee's proposing to continue its ARP on schedule and to complete cast iron and bare steel replacements by 2029 and the replacement of additional types of leak-prone pipe by 2032. As my colleague Ms. Day indicated earlier, since ARP began in 2011, there has been a 56% decrease in CO2 equivalent emissions, and the company is predicting nearly a 70% decrease in emissions by 2030.
Ms. Bruno, does Eversource anticipate taking additional steps in the future to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes, there's also an internal effort underway at Eversource as a corporation to adopt an expanded greenhouse gas reductions target that's inclusive of Scope 3 emissions, which really are customer emissions. That expanded target would be aligned with state decarbonization policies and clean energy goals. The policies in each of the states we operate in vary greatly,
And our progress on reducing customer emissions will be closely tied to those policies and other initiatives that have clear regulatory or legislative support for these investments. This would include thoughtful framework that ensures the costs associated with any of these initiatives have been weighed by state policymakers, and that a mechanism for recovery of these costs exists.
And how would you describe Yankee's proposal in this rate case regarding alternative clean technologies?
Yankee is very proud that we have submitted a preliminary concept for implementing a network geothermal project in Connecticut that would build off our learnings from our efforts in Framingham, Massachusetts. In this proceeding, Yankee is seeking input from stakeholders and guidance from PURA as to whether or not they're supportive of a utility scale demonstration project, including the appropriate rate recovery of costs associated with this demonstration. The goal of the network geothermal project would be to study the feasibility of these systems in order to support the state's emissions reduction goals, as well as customer electrification.
Thank you. This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Let's turn first across from the Office of Consumer Counsel, Attorney McCorney.
Good morning, Allison McCorney for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Actually just had a couple follow-up questions from the statements just made. I believe it was Ms. Day. You talked about there were the company is forecasting a 70% emissions reduction by 2030. Could you tell me what that's based on?
Yes. So that is based on our ARP program. So it's essentially, we calculate emissions factors for our inventory of pipe. So there are set emissions rates per mile and per service based on material type. And we project out based on our ARP targets what the emissions will be for our system in different years. And so we have that calculated through 2032 when the ARP program would be complete.
And the 70% emissions, and tell me if this doesn't make sense, that percentage is, what's the baseline for it?
2011, that same inventory in 2011.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just a clarifying question, Ms. Bruno, you had talked about the carbon neutrality plan for the company. That only includes scope 1 and 2 emissions, which are not inclusive of customer emissions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. During the case overview and also this morning, we heard a little bit about a potential geothermal pilot. For clarification, the company is asking for permission to propose such a pilot in another proceeding, right? Or not necessarily permission, but you're not proposing any part of the pilot in this proceeding. There's no cost recovery for the pilot included in this proceeding.
That is correct. What we're simply asking for is whether or not PURA would be supportive of actually pulling together a more specific proposal on network geothermal on a system to install, and also, gathering input from other key agencies and perhaps stakeholders on that.
Okay, and at whatever time the company does propose this geothermal pilot, does it plan to base that pilot off of the Framingham geothermal project?
So in my testimony, I referenced how it would be different from the Framingham pilot, but we do anticipate providing lessons learned as we would develop such a pilot for Connecticut or a project for Connecticut. And I think, we would want to make sure from a support perspective that we were in alignment again with some of the referenced emissions mandates. We know broadly that that's the case, but in terms of actual pathways by which the gas company could contribute to that, we want to stay in alignment because, when we do put together the cost profile of something like this, we want to be mindful of our customers and impacts that may cause, even if it is a small demonstration project.
Okay, but there are even though there are no costs proposed for recovery, there are no potential costs outlined in your application.
Correct.
Okay. If we could talk about the Framingham pilot a little bit, could you give a little bit more detail about the method of cost recovery for the Framingham project?
Sure, just give me 1 minute
Sure.
to flip here. So in OCC 420, we answered in Part C, and I'll read a little bit from that and can answer any questions that I can. So the method of cost recovery for the Framingham pilot, it was proposed I'll backtrack a little bit and give some context. It was proposed as an innovation project in our sister company in Massachusetts, NSTAR Gas's rate case. And so we actually proposed 3 geothermal opportunities, and one of the 3 was selected to go forward. In our order in late 2020, the Department of Public Utilities in Massachusetts issued approval for recovery of such costs with the pilot. We are doing so through a geothermal energy provision, or a GEP. Factor, and that enables NSTAR Gas to timely recover these costs. The assets that we've installed, too, just important to note, it's a straight recovery. It's not, we're not going to be earning on these assets over time as maybe some more traditional assets. So every August, we submit a filing to show that we prudently incurred costs to recover at various stages of the pilot those costs. And it's really a reconciliation type true-up mechanism.
Okay. And so given the Framingham project is recovered through the annual recovery mechanism, could you tell me how much has gone into that annual recovery mechanism, broken up by year?
Some of that is underway. So I can certainly look for the information that's been approved thus far, but some is still in process. We actually have an open docket right now in Massachusetts to that effect.
Okay, yes, if we could get that in a late file, the amount that's already been recovered, broken up by calendar year.
Sure.
Thank you.
That'll be late file exhibit 26.
Thank you.
You said the costs aren't recovered over time. Does the company not recover the return of capital as depreciation expense?
Give me 1 minute to confirm, please. Thank you. So it's based off a full revenue requirement. So we are going to include that depreciation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How does the company recover its return on capital for the project?
Beyond the, just so I understand the question, beyond the annual recovery mechanism?
Yes.
1 moment. And I was going to say too, also, I know some of our revenue requirements folks are here from Connecticut. Our Massachusetts revenue requirements folks are not here. So if there's any information that's, we can certainly take a late file or talk with those folks, different jurisdictions. So I want to make sure we get you the right answer.
Yeah, that
But
would be fine.
maybe I'd hand it to Marissa if you have anything to add.
No, Ms. Bruno said exactly what I was going to say.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe, could I ask you to please repeat the question and then we'll make sure we get that information to you.
Sure. So I'm looking for how the company recovers its return on capital for the project. Is it structured the same way as a capital cost revenue requirement as would be recovered in rate base? And if it makes more sense to get that as a late file, that would be fine.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, so that will become late file exhibit 27.
Thank you. In response to CAE2, the company discussed its plan not to own the ground source heat pumps that would be inside a customer's building. Is that a change from the Framingham project, or would that be the same practice?
It would be a change, and I can explain a little bit why. I know in the response, we are targeting a different market segment, or probably a more prescriptive market segment in this Connecticut proposal because of our lessons. This is a lessons learned from Framingham. Certainly The order in Massachusetts was not prescriptive, which was, I believe, done by design and really, I think, was a great idea because for our first step out, we were able to look at what mix of types of customers and whether we could have new construction or retrofits included in the pilot. And it wasn't prescriptive by, say, you have to get X% of this certain type of customer class. What we did learn is, unfortunately, we were not able to garner any new construction. It was all retrofit, and they are the bulk of the costs of the pilot, the in-home or in-building conversions. And so as trying to be as cost conscious as possible, trying to also look at ways where we can target markets like developers and new construction, we thought it would be best in this instance to target the new construction market and not own the heat pump. Traditionally, the utility has moved away from owning any in-customer building equipment. For the Framingham pilot, we are owning it because it does, kind of indemnifies the customer and was a nice incentive, I think, for them to come join us for this first step out. So I think that was very helpful. However, going forward, we want to make sure if we think about this as a sustainable business model, that we're interacting with customers in a very familiar way and that they are responsible for their equipment as they typically are when dealing with the utility, and we are responsible for the upstream network or assets.
Okay. So following up on that a little bit, I'm moving to CA4. I think the answer reads in part, provided direction from PURA to include customer equipment costs in an initial demonstration project in Connecticut. The company would follow that different model. However, doing so would result in the associated impact to ratepayers being higher. That's basically what we just discussed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if PURA were to direct the company to include such costs, you're saying it would result in higher ratepayer impact rather than the individual customer participating in the pilot bearing that cost, then it would be socialized to ratepayers.
It's an if. I mean, it certainly depends on the actual proposal and approved or directive, if you will. But we, based on the empirical evidence from Framingham, we do believe that the retrofit costs will add quite a bit. And that would, if it's borne across, say, the gas rate base, that would add cost to ratepayer bills.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of what that cost differential might look like. I don't know if recognizing that the Massachusetts team might not be here, I'm just sort of trying to figure out what the difference would be.
Mm-hmm.
How much would the individual participating customers have to spend on that retrofit versus it being socialized?
Well, I can give, if it's helpful, just a picture or contextualize it a bit. So when you think about building retrofits, and we experienced this firsthand in Framingham, every building is different. We encountered those that had ductwork, those that did not, residential, commercial, apartment style, duplex, you name it. It was actually a really great sample set. And so, we made our best effort back in 2019. The team proposed an estimate for these conversions. Obviously, costs have changed. This is a pre-COVID estimate. And other factors that we probably are all talking about in different dockets have been playing into estimates going up. However, we do believe that it can be very site-specific. And I think that's why the new construction is especially appealing. And not just supported by us. We've heard folks like at the DOE talk about how that's really a nice market potential basically to jumpstart the geothermal marketplace because you're dealing with basically a fresh start in the building. You don't have to accommodate and meet the building where it's at. And when I talk about like ductwork, roughly maybe even under a quarter of the homes that we went into did not have ductwork. Or had ductwork, excuse me, the rest did not. So it was quite, a labor of love to go in, retrofit these buildings to make sure that the heat pump could connect. Additionally, we ran into other elements like mold and asbestos, and sometimes you just don't know until you take that wall down, right, what's behind it, and that is not an insignificant cost either. So we could provide a best case estimate for retrofits. We could certainly think about how that might impact the bill, perhaps in a ranging mechanism. I'd love to confer with my regulatory team on what might be best to answer your question.
Okay.
If that doesn't.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, and I understand there's a flat fee charged to participating customers for the Framingham project. About how many customers is that?
Sure. So I can break it up by the fee, actually. So we have roughly 19 residential buildings. They are on the fee of $9.75 per month for their thermal charge. The balance of the commercial customers, roughly about 9 buildings, they're on the $21 per month fee. And these fees were based on, at the time, we weren't looking to make, a huge revenue stream from the thermal side of the house. This was more to get folks into the cadence of a billing cycle, receiving a monthly bill from us. And so, it's not necessarily a revenue generating operation, but we will use those costs to offset project costs to the extent we can. It is important to note we are not subsidizing or altering in any way the electric bill. Whatever rate that particular customer is on, their electric bill is as normal. That's one of the only things in the pilot that we're not paying for.
And approximately how many customers are being served by the pilot? I'm sorry if that wasn't
Yep.
clear.
Sure. So in terms of numbers of customers, roughly about 140, roughly about 36 buildings, give or take.
You said 136 buildings?
Nope, no. 36 buildings,
36.
136 to 140 customers.
I thought that sounded odd. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And what's the proportion of the costs allocated to the participants in the program as opposed to socialized out?
So like I mentioned, in terms of the capital installation, ongoing O&M, the design of the entire system actually, and kind of even the feasibility to get there, the customers are not bearing those costs. They are going to pay that nominal thermal rate per month, and they are also fully responsible for their electric bill. So they do not pay for the equipment in their home. They do not pay for the asset in the street, if you will, directly. So it's really just their bill that they're paying.
So it would be just the flat fee that they're paying
And their electric
and their
bill.
electric bill, sure, okay. Okay, you said you would use so you're using that revenue to offset project costs. I understand that it's nominal. but
Correct.
To offset project costs. Is that booked as a CIAC?
When you say CIAC, just so I'm
Contribution to
contribution to aid of construction?
Yes, thank you.
No, it is not. It is merely they're receiving a bill and they're paying their bill as they normally would. And perhaps this is extra context, but may help. Some folks, because we didn't prescribe the actual city or town in our gas franchise area, we didn't know that we might be the dual electric gas provider. So and this was initially the mandate, just again for full transparency, was really to convert delivered fuels customers. So there was a potential that these folks could have had no billing relationship with Eversource at all. And so, just if that's helpful at all. So now we have a charge on the bill that's a thermal charge. It's on the gas bill if they get one. If they don't, we've created a bill for them. But the electric bill, if they are, in this case, we are a dual community, so they are electric customers. They are getting Eversource electric bills already.
Just for clarification, when you say delivered fuel, you mean oil. These were not gas customers.
Correct, oil or propane,
okay.
but in our case, it's oil.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are all the questions that I have. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Attorney Poku, and she's a new staff attorney at the OCC. So here we go.
Hi, Pascaline Poku for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm just going to follow up with the roles in the Framingham project. Can you walk us through what each department of the Clean Technologies team does, especially in relation to this project?
Sure. So we have a small but mighty team. Our Clean Technologies team is really the portion of the excuse me, the portion of the business that handles the decarbonization development and implementation for the gas business at Eversource. So we have a direct project manager who will manage all the day-to-day, budgetary schedule, contractor liaisoning and oversight, is oftentimes on site, obviously, when construction was very active. We also have support analysts that, are looking at the data incoming from the pilot. So we've, as Mr. Kelly mentioned in his opening statements, we've had a set of winter data that we're digesting and trying to understand. The system performed well, but just kind of splicing and dicing that. We also have, managers of clean tech that, again, are looking at Framingham and extrapolating what is the business case to make this more of a service offering. And we're thinking of ways that we can look at economies of scale, future incoming, like inbound requests for these networks, primarily in Massachusetts, as well as, a tactical plan of attack on where do we want to go next and what makes best sense, hence the discussion around new construction. We also have, this team also manages any liaisoning with key project partners in Massachusetts. Just anecdotally, HEAT, the Home Energy Advisory Team, which is a nonprofit, I'll call it climate advocacy group, but now is really focused on geothermal. They have secured a grant by which we're the execution partner with the federal level DOE. We have not been awarded the actual amount. Obviously, things at the federal level are certainly mercurial, but managing that grant and the process that goes with it would be part of my team's job as well. We work also as a clean tech team hand in hand with our customer thermal solutions group. That group was actually renamed because of this pilot. They were formerly our gas sales and marketing team, and they sold geothermal to our customers, developed all of our educational customer materials, many of which we submitted. They dealt with our customers day in and day out, and we actually had assigned a dedicated community partner in Framingham so that the customers, we were essentially trying to live the guidelines of equity, meet them where they were, get them what they needed, but they could find us on site. We held office hours on site, et cetera. So that team was really key and continues to be really key in terms of customer relationship management, bill questions that come in, performance in the home if there's an issue with their heat pump or something like that. They remain key.
So just to follow up, were there any engineering team members on this project?
Oh, yes. I should have mentioned that. Thank you. Within our clean tech team, we do have engineers on staff that were very engaged in the design, the thermal modeling, construction oversight, et cetera.
Does the clean technology team also work on Yankee gas projects?
No, we provide, I'll call it service to all of our territories where we have gas. The geothermal pilot was certainly a big effort. Our team will also support, say, in Massachusetts, future of gas proceedings, coordination with other LDCs around efforts there. If there are other, we try to be technology agnostic, any way to reduce emissions for our customers. So if there are other opportunities for us to evaluate or think about ways to bring in-house and see if they can be manageable both on behalf of the customer and for the company, such as renewable natural gas or clean hydrogen, my team would handle those as well.
Thank you. Could you provide a rate year breakdown of payroll for each team member that's doing work for Yankee, including any benefits?
I would have to defer to the rates team on that, but we can provide. Do we want to do a late file? I'll just ask Marissa quickly, 1 second.
I'm so sorry. Good morning. So you're requesting a breakdown of Ms. Bruno's organization for, you said, payroll expense and benefits, correct?
Yes.
Or compensation benefits? Yes, sure. We can do that under confidentiality. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
There'll be late file exhibit 28.
And could you also provide payroll information for the NSTAR team incurred in developing and managing the Framingham project? Sorry.
Should have walked away. I'm sorry.
I'd like
Yes,
to
we will have our.
object to that, actually. I'm not sure what the payroll and benefits of NSTAR Gas team has to do with Yankees rate case and rate year.
So we're trying to just get a general sense of the internal O&M and developing and managing the geothermal project, which has been brought in this rate case. But you can do that under confidentiality if that's okay.
Attorney Tisler, do you have a response?
I think I would maintain my objection.
Would you be open to presenting that data in the prospective geothermal filing that you're proposing?
Ms. Bruno, do you think you could provide an estimate of the employee wages and compensation and benefits that would apply in the case that a geothermal project was initiated in Connecticut?
So just so I understand the request, I'll just repeat it back. So said a different way, trying to understand what overhead or labor costs would be associated to developing and then implementing a geothermal opportunity of similar size to, say, Framingham in Connecticut?
Yes.
Okay. 1 second, please. And also, just for clarity, are you talking about ongoing O&M or just capital?
We could do ongoing O&M.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, could we have both? Sorry. That'd be.
I think, just also to clarify here, what we're trying to do with this team is track according to capital, not dissimilar to how we do other projects or how it was kind of discussed about the IT example earlier, and utilize our folks for a variety of things across the service companies. So we can do our best to break that out, but that will be a late file.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I kept up with that. So the late file exhibit request, so late file exhibit 28 was the breakdown of Ms. Bruno's organization for payroll, breakdown of the compensation and benefits allocated to Yankee from members of Ms. Bruno's organization. And then it sounded like there was an additional late file exhibit 29 where the OCC is requesting the estimated capital and O&M of a planned geothermal project or of a representative geothermal project. I apologize.
Based off the work that's being done in the Framingham project.
It's just for the labor-related expenses, correct?
For the labor-related expenses. Okay.
So just for clarity, to follow up on that, it's my first time too, attorney, so thank you for bearing with me. There may, certainly in Framingham, we actually were required per order to competitively bid and utilize third-party services. Is that something, this is just going to be employee labor, right? Company labor and overhead. I just wanted to distinguish that if the intent is to look for a more wholesome capital estimate of a project of Framingham size and type retrofit, there would be likely third-party contractors or vendors that we would use. For example, like a drilling company, we don't do that in-house. We would have to competitively bid for those services.
We would appreciate as much data as you could provide us. So if that includes third-party services, we would be happy to take that as well.
Okay.
I also would just offer that on the docket in Massachusetts, which we can certainly provide the docket number, we have been regularly updating the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities. And so you can see a breakdown of costs incurred thus far. And our annual recovery date is in the August timeframe. So we'll be updating pretty soon here.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, referring to your testimony on line 7 to 9 on page 21, you discussed the technical expertise of your clean technologies team. Could you talk us through the kind of expertise your team and other departments brought to the Framingham project?
Sure. Actually, it was really a great exercise because, when you do something new in a well-established company or something more, I'll call it entrepreneurial, it does pay to have a dedicated team so that is their focus. And we were very small but mighty. When the order was issued, for example, I was the only member of the Clean Technologies team. So, we were very cost conscious, wanted to make sure that we were staffing prudently, not overstaffing based on the workload. And some of that is an ebb and flow, right? We had never executed or developed a geothermal project. There was no written rule book by which to even assess things like feasibility. So what you see on page 21 of the testimony is really a very collaborative effort internally to leverage existing skill sets, which we're really proud of. I talked about our customer thermal solutions team, who, while they weren't selling gas, they were selling geothermal, had a lot of similarly situated skill sets that they could use, customer interface. They knew how to get customers what they needed in terms of educational materials. We were used to developing marketing materials. It was just now geothermal related, things like that. What I mentioned here in terms of more technical, I guess I'll call it expertise, not customer facing. The geothermal system has a SCADA system where we monitor how the network performance is going. So again, having folks from our GIS department who know how to evaluate and input those assets so that we could pull up, say, like a virtual or desktop type map of the system itself once it was installed. Those are basic things we do in gas and electric. And so it was really nice to talk and work with that team. And then on the construction side and the maintenance side, utilizing markouts. So we actually had a new color established for this project in DigSafe. It's purple. So we had to train some of our internal folks on how to mark out the geothermal system if there were any call outs for the DigSafe program in Massachusetts to ensure that our system was not damaged by any dig-ins in the public right-of-way. So those are just some tidbits on different groups that have been involved, but we've certainly worked with our system planning engineers, making sure, just again to step back, this pilot was around space conditioning conversion. So some customers do still retain some gas service for, say, non-space conditioning needs. So just to ensure that nothing was disrupted from a service perspective, nothing on the network, the gas side of the house was disrupted by, kind of dual systems. So folks in that department were really key as well. And then leaning on best practices or OMs where appropriate. Gas is certainly regulated in a different way. I would argue geothermal is more like a water system in many cases, but because it's a little bit newer in these network configurations, there's really not quite as much regulation, certainly federally or even on the state level. Massachusetts actually produced the first geothermal OM guidelines. So we're all learning together and we're trying to leverage what we have to take advantage of that, those efficiencies. And where we don't, we're either trying to build the bench in-house or, like I said, we're competitively bidding to obtain those services.
So just to clarify from what you just said, there were members of your team that had prior experience in handling these geothermal projects?
No, actually, no. There was no experience in developing geothermal networks specifically. It is amazing what you find for folks' backgrounds, though. I mean, we did have one of the key engineers who became really the manager over this project was actually a former Schlumberger employee. So he had offshore drilling experience, which was really handy because we were doing this is called shallow installation. I don't know if you call 700 feet shallow, but that's industry what it's called. So that was helpful, but no direct geothermal experience.
So next question is, was preference given to bringing in a third-party consultant to help with the site selection rather than having someone within your own internal team? So I heard you mention something along the lines that you had members of your team that were experts in things like site selection and the impacts that affected the community at stake. Why was there a preference given to a third party if there was? Why?
Sure. So at the time when we were going through the site selection, we did not have that expertise. So, and also, as I mentioned prior, per our order, we actually were instructed if we were bringing on any third party, we had to go out and do competitive bidding. So, I would say we co-developed that site selection, I'll call it site selection screening is what I want to call it. We've included it in the interrogatory responses that my team has submitted, but it's an evolution, if I'm being honest. We have learned quite a bit, and so now when we have inbound requests or if we're kind of actively looking for where these might fit best, we think we have a good working sense. But again, I just put the caveat that we too are still learning. We're probably most expert in the nation as a utility, certainly, but we don't take that, lightly. We're always learning.
Has the company done any cost-benefit analysis of the cost involved with training and probably using internal members to do things like site selection versus procuring or sending out bids for third parties to actually fill in that position?
Yes. In fact, I think our mantra as a company or as a gas business rather is really looking hard at what makes sense for a third party to do versus building that expertise in-house, right? And so, the definition of a utility person, not a company worker, but feels like you can cover a lot of ground, right? And so we want to leverage as much of the existing skill set as we can. And so if we're going out for third-party services, we anticipate that we will always be competitively bidding, or if not, if there was like kind of a niche provider, because some of the vendor ecosystem is not as developed yet, that we would provide the appropriate justification for that. But, it is a balance, as always, with workload priorities in the traditional business, priorities in the clean tech world, and what we feel like our skill set level is, given the challenge of whatever project opportunity is coming our way.
So just to recap, no study has been done.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Just to recap what you said, no study has been done to weigh the cost of having internal.
Oh, no formal study, but we are looking at, from a benefit cost analysis, we are being challenged and challenging our own teams to say, does it make sense to run this in-house versus go out for bid?
And you shared that you were looking at the IRA tax credits as a source for funding in this project. Has the company identified any outside sources other than the IRA for future geothermal projects?
Sure. So this is actually a provision in our order that, I don't have the exact wording, but the spirit of the wording was to the extent that anything in terms of funding was available to defray the cost, it would be incumbent on us as the company to look for that and apply that. So when the project was conceived and then implemented, the IRA at the federal level was all that was out there that we thought we could qualify for. I'm certainly not a tax SME, but we have been talking with our tax teams on how best, if we could obtain those credits, how to apply those credits. And so long as the IRA is intact, we would anticipate that could benefit projects in other jurisdictions. Additionally, I would just mention that we are looking also at state incentives and state credits, whether it's alternative energy credits or some sort of APS or alternative portfolio standard credits. We would look to see if any of that
could be obtained, could be applied. We just know, again, this is an ever-changing market, so it's not necessarily a guarantee.
Thank you. I'm going to reference your testimony. I'm looking at Exhibit 2. Can you explain how the towns were scored in the second round of screening?
Sure. Are you looking at a particular page in Exhibit 2? Page 8?
So,
Okay.
yes, page 8.
Okay. So, again, as I mentioned, just as a broad statement, we were building the screening criteria as we were developing this. And it was especially interesting because all of this was going on during COVID, where we actually couldn't get on site initially. I couldn't meet with people face to face like we're doing today. So the way we had looked at the site selection is our first set of screening was really like a pass-fail test, I call it. And we utilized the department order. And it may seem simple, but one of the provisions was, is this in our gas service territory? Yes, and we thought that the first go through would really be key considerations that we'd want to either achieve or avoid. So for example, and I can flip to the answer at some point, but we had identified if we did a desktop analysis through the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, for example, and what was noted on that analysis was, say, a phase 1 environmental site, meaning it was a known release, there were contamination, either in the water, soil, whatever, in that project location. We really wanted to avoid that, right? And I know it seems intuitive, but we were looking at it from a project cost perspective, from a schedule delay, and then also from a complexity. We deal with contamination all the time, for example, if we need to. But for this step out, again, we want to be super careful about costs. The second set of screening that we went through to kind of narrow down the towns or the cities rather even further, it became apparent to us as we moved through this that things like the dual territory were important. This is real. Geothermal is really a hybrid solution. It's electrically powered, but it feels a lot like gas with the assets and all that. So we knew we'd have to reach across and work with whatever the electric company was. And so again, for our first step out, we thought, well, it'd be great to do that in our own electric territory. Another big sticking point in the site screening was, again, because this went in as a delivered fuels opportunity, the order read that we had to get delivered fuels customers to convert, that we would be encouraged to get gas customers to convert. We made the gas customer conversion a mandate. That was our own doing. But to find delivered fuels in cities where gas penetration is really high was difficult. So in some cases, when we looked at the screening, many communities fell out because of that. And, I just wanted to draw attention to community support and environmental communities in this instance. So when we looked at these, again, it was kind of like a nice to have if you could go to an environmental justice community. We made it a mandate. Framingham's an environmental justice community for language and income by the Massachusetts standards. And, we wanted to think about where could we go where the host community would support us and not on day one when you're making the announcement you're working together, when we're pulling the permits, when we're ripping open the road, when we have to divert traffic. I mean, we were very candid with the communities, and the feedback reflected that. It was really interesting to see who, from a planning and zoning perspective, was, I don't want an above ground appurtenance here, or yes, we would love to host you because we know what this means for our constituents. So the community support, while qualitative, was something we thought was really important and really key. And looking back, I feel very happy we did that because Framingham has been a huge partner, and there have been bumps. So it's been great to work with them and be transparent with them through the process. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. Just trying to get an idea for what that would look like if it is going to be implemented in Connecticut. So maybe if you could talk us through specific metrics and data that was actually used in scoring a town's performance under the site selection criteria?
Yeah, and again, I think for Connecticut, it would look a little different. So I'll say that off the cuff. Again, it becomes a question of, to me, what the construct of this pilot or demonstration project, I should say, looks like, what we want to achieve here in Connecticut specifically. If it's new development, you know, neighborhood support is certainly, and community support is certainly important, right? But we're dealing with far less project partners in likelihood, maybe one, maybe the developer. In Framingham, we had to not only convince the city, but we had to convince all of the residents, including those who actually didn't join the pilot. We had an alternate route and a primary route in the event that we couldn't fully subscribe the primary route. We did, and the alternate route was a little disappointed, but we'll hopefully address that later. So for Connecticut, there was a weighting system, especially on the second phase of screening, where we, and I'd have to pull that in the interrogatories on how we actually weighted whatever criteria, but there were a mix of technical specifications, which I think are important to talk about, and I haven't yet. So when you think about measures like conductivity, how energy is transferred in the subsurface, measures of depth to bedrock. The sooner you can get to bedrock, the better performance you'll get out of the network. Those are very technical specifications that I think would be important to consider for Connecticut that don't really change from Massachusetts. If we're looking at new construction, community support is going to be important because you're going to have folks that may be affected by the construction, right? Or the town becomes important, but it kind of shifts the focus off those individual neighbors a little bit and more towards the actual project partner you're working with. So I do think there's some things that we can, bless you, that we can definitely bring in, but I think it would be altered. And we have not, just so you're aware, we have not proposed formally or entered into any agreements with new developers. So that's why we're saying this is still a demonstration pilot. It would be something new for us to try and learn from.
Thank you. Still on page 8, within the same exhibit, you reference using the environmental justice community impacts and the site selection, as you said previously. Can you give any specific or general impacts that were taken into account within that process? Like, I know Massachusetts has a different criteria for how that's defined, but what goes into the exact choice to choose a community as an environmental justice community for the purposes of this pilot project?
Sure. And I think it's a really good point that you raised, Attorney Poku, because environmental justice, the definition can vary, right? Not even from state to state, but how people interpret it within the state. So we try to be as objective as possible and utilize the Massachusetts state mapping. So, they have a database that we can access where you could overlay layers. And so when we were looking at the communities, we were able to essentially toggle those layers on and say, okay, so this neighborhood falls within the definition of what the state deems would be an environmental justice community. So it sounds very simplistic, but we thought that was a very equitable, fair and equitable way by which to derive what environmental justice community we were working in or not. I will say, there was a lot of early cross-functional discussion about the sites. So many of the municipalities that we talked to that were not selected were not, just Eversource going out and finding them or NSTAR finding them. Heat played a big role in that. We have existing Eversource connections with DPW and other municipal leaders. And oftentimes the sustainability, if they had it, lead in the city would come to us and say, hey, I'd love to pitch this to our council or our mayor. And so very early on, we had a team involved in site feasibility, which was pretty cool because I think it drove the process a lot faster to, hey, is this going to work or is this not? In one instance, one of the communities that was not selected, which was a very tough phone call to make, had a constituent that lived in the neighborhood that was very savvy and engaged in the legislative process, actually got her legislator involved and said, hey, they wrote us a letter of support that they'd love to be chosen. So even members of the community were included. I can't pretend to say that was all by design, but I think the nature of us being open to the collaboration and the stakeholder engagement at a very grassroots level was really, really important and really drove and fostered that communal discussion.
Referring to OCC 416, the interrogatory response, has the company conducted any assessments of feasibility and costs associated with the RNG interconnection request?
So we do not have any formal requests, project contracts, or anything before PURA on RNG. We have, we are open to discussions with developers or customers about obviously the opportunity to bring RNG on the system. And so I will say from a project feasibility level, when specific opportunities have presented themselves to us, we've worked with, usually it's been a developer, to understand what that site-specific location would take from a cost, schedule, asset perspective to interconnect with the RNG source. But we have not conducted any formal or kind of territory-wide studies on that.
I know you give a couple of issues on why geothermal is not currently in operation in Connecticut, but with regards to RNG, have you flagged any technical or regulatory barriers that has prevented its development in terms of pilot project or any feasibility studies?
Actually, and I believe I noted this in the testimony, and I could find the reference, but, we appreciate that there's actually gas specifications approved for RNG to flow on our system. So I think PURA has done a great job about getting that out there where other states have not. I think we still don't have necessarily we have to be cost neutral, right? And so we've been working with that construct. So whenever, say, a developer comes to us, how do we arrange the contractual or commercial obligations such that we're not burdening the existing gas customers with any of those costs? Unfortunately, I think, it's a little bit difficult to then, bring a developer who might flow RNG onto the system because many times it will require an interconnection. I'll give an example. We have a potential opportunity where there's a farm, there's an anaerobic digester going in, and the developer wants to flow RNG on, but we do not have an interconnection point there that would be able to take that gas. So we'd have to build it. The developer wants to retain access to the environmental credits associated with the RNG. If we could access them or something, it would be at a premium. So there's costs that kind of stack and layer. And the developers want to arrange commercially different things in a way that benefits them, right? Not always does it fall in line with the utility, the typical contracting over time, over a longer term type of model. So we don't have many examples, but we're trying to work through that to see if there's any lessons learned or things that we can provide. And we do hope to provide a filing if we can, but we just have not reached any agreements with any providers that both sides seem comfortable with just yet.
So in these preliminary conversations with developers, has there been an average number on how much that would look like in terms of somebody putting out a standard request for a RNG interconnection?
Sure. So it hasn't been many. I would very rough estimates in the last couple of years, maybe a total of 10 requests. I think maybe we might consider 2 active under, discussion, if you will. But that ebbs and flows and certainly changes. So that's just the snapshot today. But some people, like any part of good business development, right? Some people are going to call you and they're not as serious as other parties, right? When they're thinking about what does it take? And really, we've tried to arrange it internally, again, utilizing our clean tech team and the other engineering teams, et cetera, customer teams, to understand what does this workflow look like? How are we looking at estimating a project for RNG, understanding that it has to be cost neutral to our gas customers. And our rates team has been extremely helpful in thinking about creative ways that we could do that without implication to customer or, the company. And there's operational risk as well, right? I mean, we do not have a molecule of RNG right now on the system. And while it is, very, very similar to the methane we move now, just understanding whenever you're interconnecting a new supply, how does that affect the existing operation of the gas network?
With-
So no cost, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I do want to take our lunch break. So if there's like one or two more questions on this thread, or if now's as good a time as any, just let me know.
I have just two more questions and then we can go to that's.
Okay.
So just to recap, so no average cost estimation within these conversations.
No, I don't feel like we have a good enough sample set to provide an average at this time. Thank you.
My last question would be, if you've identified any sites in Connecticut for potential, just following up from what you said, that would make sense to build out a long-term investment for RNG development? Even though there's a small sample size, is there anywhere in the near future where you're thinking of a pilot project, say, for an RNG facility in Connecticut?
I think in the absence of, more detailed discussions with all of the agencies and perhaps other stakeholders, we would want to make sure that if we were proposing an RNG project, that everybody would be in agreement that the emissions reductions were there, that we could take advantage of them, for the, on behalf of or for the customer. That would be one, the emissions accounting, I'll call it. Two, and I'm not ranking these in order of importance, but cost, obviously, understanding how we would be able to, from a rates perspective, set up the balance of keeping the rate base neutral. But at this time, to answer your question directly, I don't have any discrete pilot sites that I would feel comfortable saying right now, but would certainly, if we do and things progress with, like, say, these two we're talking about, would certainly welcome the opportunity to extrapolate a bit and see if there's any consistencies we could show in terms of cost, size, type of asset, things like that.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take our lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m., please. Attorney Tisler, anything before we begin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just like to clarify if we'll be discussing the ROE panel and PBR panel order now or at the end of the day today.
Thank you. If you could please help me remember to address it at the close of the day, I will do so.
Sure, thank you.
Yep. Okay, we can resume cross by the OCC, please.
Good afternoon. Prabhisha Bandari, staff attorney for the OCC. I would like to start by looking at page 18 of your pre-file testimony. So on that page, you state that the company has reviewed estimates that geothermal networks and GSHPs can reduce carbon emissions by up to 60% for an average residential customer. I was wondering if you could provide these estimates.
Yes, we can do that.
Great. Could I get that in a late file? I think it's late file 30.
That's correct. Late file 30.
Thank you. So on page 17, the company states that it's seeking to test whether geothermal heating could be an alternative for customers that are either too far away from gas pipelines for economical connection, do not want traditional fuel-based options, or seek to reduce emissions. I was wondering if the company has received any inquiries from customers seeking to reduce emissions.
Could you please reference the response again? I apologize, I didn't catch that.
No worries. It's page 17.
So to my knowledge, we have not, from a residential perspective, we have not received any inquiries directly seeking geothermal around emissions reductions.
Thank you. And what about inquiries from customers who do not want to use traditional fuel-based options?
Could you please define traditional fuel-based options? Oh, I'm thinking of delivered fuels, so just want to make sure you're.
Yes, as stated in your testimony.
One moment, please. We do receive requests about customers converting from traditional sources like delivered fuels to convert to natural gas. They're not always directly related to emissions reductions. They're for other factors, but I'll let my colleague, Ms. Conley, reply as well.
Thank you. Yes, we do also receive inquiries from customers requesting information about what the company is doing in response to reducing methane emissions and supporting particularly the state of Connecticut in working towards greenhouse gas reduction targets, but they haven't inquired specifically about what that means for them individually for converting to alternative energy sources. It's more about operational concerns.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, you've received inquiries about converting to natural gas, but not alternative energy sources.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And what about customers who are too far away from gas pipes for economical connection?
Is the question, are they looking to receive inquiries for geothermal service or alternative energy service? One moment. To the best of my knowledge, no. It's all been related to natural gas inquiries if we've received direct customer questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bruno, as a follow-up to your conversation this morning with Attorney McCorney, where you discussed how the Framingham project works on retrofitting as opposed to new constructions. Looking at page 26 of the testimony, you state that over the past few years, Eversource has received interest from multiple municipalities and developers requesting to partner with the company on new developments. Now, did any of these inquiries specifically mention network to geothermal services, or were they inquiries about partnering on new development in general?
We receive requests from our network of developers around service for natural gas. We continue to receive that. However, what I'm referencing in my testimony is relative to network geothermal.
Okay, so you have received inquiries specific to network geothermal?
Correct.
Thank you. And in general, based off of your experience both in Massachusetts and, your expertise in general, would the inclusion of geothermal increase the timeline required to complete new developments?
I would just reiterate some points for earlier questions about, in the vein of timeline, that we have done one pilot. We are still learning, and we have empirical evidence on what we think a best laid out schedule might be. But we would aim to work with the developers, much like we aim to do when we're providing them with natural gas service, to achieve their schedule targets for when they want their complex to be served.
Thank you. And from your perspective, do you think developers would be interested in participating in such projects, given that it's expected to potentially increase the timeline for their return on investment on those new developments?
Generally, although I haven't directly canvassed Connecticut developers, I would want to understand what the marketplace looks like here. But generally, our experience in Massachusetts has been that developers are open and interested to exploring network geothermal options.
Okay, thank you. However, just to be clear, the Framingham project worked on retrofitting and not new constructions, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Looking at page 30 and 31 of the pre-file testimony, you discuss how the company will retain ownership of the geothermal network equipment if the project is deemed successful and will decommission the equipment if the project is deemed unsuccessful. I was wondering how a project would be deemed successful.
Your first part of the question, could you repeat that? Retain ownership? I just want to hear that first part again.
Sure. So in your testimony, you discuss how the company's plan is to retain ownership of the geothermal network equipment if the project is deemed successful, but will decommission it if it's deemed unsuccessful. So I'm wondering how you differentiate between successful and unsuccessful.
Sure. So generally speaking, there are 3 pillars that we're evaluating to understand if the project is successful. From a company perspective, it is important to remember that the customers do have an option based on their wherewithal to say that they no longer want to be a part of the network in the commercial contracts we've established with them. From a company perspective, the 3 pillars that we're looking at are emissions reductions, that this network is in fact reducing emissions. Number 2, that we believe that the customer satisfaction is there. The customers are generally feeling like their heating and cooling comfort is being achieved by this new technology in their homes and buildings. And then 3rd, that we see this as an opportunity to continue operating and maintaining based on the performance over the pilot years.
Okay, understood. And if a project is deemed unsuccessful, who would be responsible for the cost of decommissioning that equipment?
To answer your question, and then provide some context, if we decommission, we are going to seek to providing those costs to decommission the network with the Department of Public Utilities. We've quantified that on the record for them, if you're interested in the docket number. However, there is an interim step that I just wanted you to be aware of, that we have to actually go out per our order and seek a third-party operator just to see if somebody might take over the network before any decommissioning is considered.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm clear, it would be the responsibility of ratepayers in that case.
Yes, I think further dialogue is required with the department, but as it stands today, we've been quantifying costs to that effect on the decommissioning.
Thank you. That was my last question.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have just a few quick follow-ups. Ms. Connolly, your conversation with Attorney Bhandari, I just want to make sure I understood something you said. You said the company received inquiries from residential customers regarding the company's emissions. Am I characterizing that correctly?
I did say that, although I want to clarify too, that there was a recent collection of emails that were sent to various parties within the company asking about Eversource's position on supporting decarbonization and what we were doing for reducing methane leaks. I should note, though, that we haven't been able to verify those email addresses as true customers. So we did run those email addresses through our customer group, and they did not come out as verified customers. So it's unclear if they were true residential customers or customers at all, or if it was just a third-party campaign. But the nature of the correspondence was asking about the company's position on reducing methane leaks.
Okay, so your comments were specifically referring to that recent campaign of
Exactly, yes,
email.
a recent campaign, yeah.
To your knowledge, has the company received any other inquiries from residential customers, verified or otherwise, concerned about the emissions of the company?
Overall emissions of the company or specific to their energy use?
Either.
Overall. To the best of my knowledge, I don't recall any recent inquiries from customers asking about that other than this recent campaign.
Okay. One moment. Ms. Bruno, I think this is a follow-up to our discussion earlier. We were talking about the Framingham pilot, and you said that the pilot was actually proposed in a rate case in Massachusetts. But we're not doing that here. I'm just trying to understand why that's the case.
The purpose, as I mentioned before, about proposing just the concept here versus an actual project construct or, with estimates and other components like that, is that we want to understand if Pura and if others are supportive of even taking this on. I was not at the company at the time this was proposed in Massachusetts, certainly, but my understanding is that there were many supporters and stakeholders who were talking and meeting and discussing this as a potential opportunity for the natural gas company to take on. But in Connecticut, it's, we wanted to make sure that we were starting the dialogue on the concept and that we'd be willing to work with others and collaborate on a more detailed pilot proposal if it was amenable.
Okay, thank you. And I'm so sorry, Ms. Connolly, one more follow-up question. The slate of emails that you were just referring to, how did the company respond? Or did the company respond?
We did actually prepare a response, actually referring to the number of things that we're doing, including the ARP program, which has successfully reduced emissions, as we've discussed earlier. We have put a hold on sending that correspondence back out to this group because of the concern that they weren't necessarily true customers, and we're not sure of the nature of where these emails are coming from. So part of it was, just to be careful for cybersecurity issues and privacy issues, and it's still an active discussion within the company right now.
Okay, thank you. Those are all our questions. OCC is all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's transition to cross by Attorney Long, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Lawn on behalf of Conservation Law Foundation. Starting with you, Ms. Bruno, on page 9 of your initial testimony, you stated that residential heating with fossil fuels is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. Is that right?
I'm just going to get to my page. Yes. Yes, I have that page. Correct.
Thank you. And on that same page, you note that commercial heating with fossil fuels is the third largest source of the state's greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to page 13 of your initial testimony, Figure 1 shows a chart from the state's most recent greenhouse gas inventory. Is it accurate to say that emissions from residential and commercial heating have remained relatively flat since 1990?
As I look at this chart, relatively speaking, I would agree.
Thank you. And is it accurate that these relatively flat emissions from residential and commercial heating have persisted despite efforts to convert customers from delivered fuels to natural gas?
One moment. Thank you. I would answer that a little bit differently than how you posed it, just to say that I think we're seeing the effects of energy efficiency. And also, we've been adding new customers that were not, as we've been going here. And so for the emissions to remain relatively flat, I just wanted to make sure that that was contextually added.
Thank you. Understood. In the panel's rebuttal testimony, you note that replacing leak-prone pipes has reduced and will continue to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Could you tell us how the emissions from leak-prone pipes compare to customer end-use emissions, also known as Scope 3 emissions?
One moment. I'm going to have my colleague, Ms. Day, answer that question.
So I think it's all of our knowledge that we're understanding that the Scope 3 emissions associated with the end users, the residential heating customers, the commercial heating customers, is much larger than the emissions associated with our pipelines themselves and the leak emissions there. I think we also want to add, we have much less control over the Scope 3 emissions, the customer end use emissions. I don't know if my colleagues have anything they want to add.
Great, thank you. So given that differential in the Scope 3 emissions and methane leakage, would you agree that actions in addition to replacing leak-prone pipes are necessary to reduce the company's emissions, including those Scope 3 emissions, in line with the state's climate law?
I apologize, Attorney Lon. Could you repeat the question one more time? Thank you.
Absolutely. would the company agree that actions in addition to replacing leak-prone pipes are necessary to reduce the company's emissions in line with state climate law?
So from a company's direct control over emissions, which are scope 1 and scope 2, I do believe, or I agree with what's been said by my colleagues, that replacing pipe to reduce those emissions is one of the most impactful ways that we can. For the scope 3 emissions of our customers, I think there are other opportunities for other parties to help reduce those emissions that aren't necessarily under our control, but perhaps by increased uptake of energy efficiency, technology improvements, or adoption by customers of more efficient equipment or upgrading their equipment if they do need a molecule. Things like that may help in reducing end-use emissions.
Okay, so to be clear, I understand the company does not view it as your responsibility to reduce those scope 3 emissions from customers?
I would say no, the company does believe that we should try to facilitate, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that we're evaluating a scope 3 target that we could consider, affecting in line with the state mandated emissions reductions. One moment. And I think just to augment two other quick points, I think that's why we're looking at options like network geothermal to see what we can provide to our customers as alternatives that effectively help them reduce. It's ultimately the customer's choice on what they need for their business or home, what they want, but we're trying to provide optionality there. I also do think that, once these customers are on our system, we do have an obligation to serve them with the service that they contracted. So we have to be very mindful of that as well.
Thank you. Following up on your statement that the company is considering adopting an internal goal to reduce scope 3 emissions in alignment with state climate laws, could you tell us more about the timeline and process that would be needed to establish such a goal?
Sure, I'd be happy to take that one. So our reevaluation of our greenhouse gas targets, as we mentioned earlier, we introduced a carbon neutrality goal in 2019, which is representative of our operational scope 1 and 2 emissions. But recognizing that scope 3 emissions are more significant in volume, and particularly those emissions associated with our customers' energy consumption, we have turned our attention to expanding our targets so that it would be reflective of this important category of emissions as well. And so we're very hopeful that we'll be able to make this new target public very shortly. We intend to publish it in our upcoming sustainability report that would reflect both near and long-term greenhouse gas reduction goals.
Great. And speaking of the sustainability report, I believe, Ms. Day, in your response to UPA 11, you noted that the latest greenhouse gas emissions data would be published in June in that annual sustainability report. Could the company provide that as a late filed exhibit?
Our sustainability report, which would include that data, is due for publication in the next couple of weeks. So it should be available very soon, but perhaps Ms. Day would be able to provide the data, particularly that you're interested in sooner.
Right. So my understanding is the schedule for a late filed exhibit being returned to the authority and to you is on a sooner timeline than I think the report would be publicized. However, it is a publicly available report. It will be published on our website and any interested party will be able to see it. Obviously, I'm not a legal expert, so in terms of entering it into the record, I'm sure, I don't know, might need to confer with my legal counsel.
My understanding is also that the late file date is June 18th, and I would say if the report happens to be published before that date, the company would provide it, but I think there's some uncertainty as to the exact publication date, and therefore, if it's published after that date, it would not be able to be in the record as a late filed exhibit.
In that case, would the company be able to provide the emissions data that will be included in that report?
Yes, we can provide that as a late file.
Thank you.
Okay, so that will be late file exhibit 31.
Okay, and one more question around emissions. Is the company currently doing anything or planning any actions to reduce end-use emissions from your existing customers?
One of the most effective ways that we can support our customers in reducing their emissions is through our energy efficiency programs. So supporting weatherization of homes and where feasible, conversions of energy to more efficient options. So that's something that we have a dedicated group within the company working on and have seen a tremendous amount of success in all 3 of our states.
I would just like to add that we're really proud of our energy efficiency program. It's the best in the country. It's been rated the best in the country multiple times. And so we believe that we're doing a lot to reduce Scope 3 emissions to the extent that we can. Thank you.
Ms. Bruno, going back to page 6 of your initial testimony, you mentioned that the company is exploring potential solutions to help decarbonize the heating sector. Do these solutions include electrification?
Yes, and more specifically, a version of electrification is network geothermal.
Is the company considering other electrification beyond network geothermal, like air source or ground source electric heat pumps?
Yes. Eversource as a corporation certainly is, and through our energy efficiency programs, offers programs now that customers could take advantage of if they wanted to convert or work with new construction or other opportunities with developers should they want to install air source heat pumps and is supportive of that type of electrification as well.
So why isn't the company proposing any targeted electrification projects to reduce emissions from your existing customers?
In my testimony, I actually reference, or I'm sorry, in my rebuttal, I actually reference an open docket with PURA that talks about the integrated distribution system plan, which we would look to, again, as a company to understand the electric grid, ways to do joint system planning, to understand how we might deploy electrification broadly. I would also offer that targeted electrification, again, as the gas company thinks about their role in electrification, goes to network geothermal. And so our proposal or concept before PURE in this rate case is trying to get at this is our version of electrification that the gas company can contribute to.
Does the company think it would be useful to have a regulatory framework for integrated gas electric system planning?
Yes.
Is the company doing any internal integrated planning between the electric and gas divisions?
The company in Massachusetts actually is participating in a working group at the state level on integrated energy planning on that topic that you mentioned. So there's early internal discussions about how that might function and how that might be set up. But again, I think, there's open dockets in Massachusetts where we're getting stakeholder input and agency input on how that may all come together that we hope to learn from.
And is that limited to Massachusetts, or is the company also undertaking those efforts in Connecticut?
Besides the docket that I referenced in my rebuttal testimony and just mentioned, I'm not aware of any public stakeholder working groups or any dockets that are discussing joint energy planning or integrated energy planning. So I think the effort in Massachusetts is for and on behalf of that jurisdiction. However, I don't want to be theoretical about this, but I do think there will probably be some lessons learned if as things progress in Connecticut that could be applied. But it is unknown at this time in Connecticut.
Okay, sorry, to be clear, I was asking if there were any internal conversations for the company's operations in Connecticut to advance integrated gas electric system planning.
Certainly a very interesting question. My understanding is that our electric arm has an integrated energy planning group. As my colleague, Ms. Bruno noted, they're primarily focused on Massachusetts because the regulatory environment there is clear. They have clear mandates as to what it is that they're supposed to study and what policies they're supposed to take into account. However, the integrated energy planning group at Eversource is involved in the same IDSP docket that my colleague, Ms. Bruno, noted when they are looking at their energy forecasting. Again, not necessarily my area of expertise. I'm not in electric engineering, but my understanding is that when they're developing their long-term forecasts, they do look at the state energy policies of the state that they're modeling. And so my understanding is that for Connecticut, they are including items coming from that docket, including the recent straw proposal, is my understanding.
And I just would like to add one final note, if I may. This is around the planning component, and I think there's also an execution component. And so, like we've noted in Massachusetts, and I assume will come out in the discussions here, ultimately, customer choice and adoption will be a very big factor in how this is actually, any sort of outcomes of the integrated energy planning are actually implemented.
Right. Does the company think it would be helpful for the authority to establish a future of gas regulatory framework like Massachusetts and other states?
We have supported the idea of opening a future of gas docket to discuss these issues with a broader group of stakeholders. I don't know that it needs to be exactly mirroring Massachusetts or other states, but certainly to the benefit and consideration of the Connecticut specific needs, it would be great to have a collaborative discussion.
Thank you. Next, I have a few questions about non-pipeline alternatives. In the panel's response to OCC 338F, you state that the company does not analyze non-pipeline alternatives or NPAs in Connecticut. Why isn't the company proactively assessing NPAs in Connecticut?
I'll start, and I welcome my colleagues to add in here. Again, I think it's worth mentioning that we mentioned in our response in Part F that the process for NPAs has not been established in Connecticut. The interim process in its early stages in Massachusetts has taken a lot of collaboration with a variety of groups through primarily the Future of Gas docket, which has been open for just 4.5 years, and a lot of work from both utilities, state agencies, and participants, stakeholders have been involved to get to where it is today. An interim framework on NPA analysis in Massachusetts is underway, but we as a company have even yet to understand all of the ins and outs of how that framework is being applied, how it works. It's a very new process for us. So at this time, given that we don't have that same type of framework and avenue in Connecticut, we have not implemented NPA specifically.
Do you think it would be helpful to have a regulatory framework for NPAs in Connecticut?
We as a company are generally supportive of clear regulatory direction. I think that would be helpful.
And would you expect to be able to apply what you're learning about developing NPAs in Massachusetts in the event that that's required in Connecticut?
We would.
One other question with respect to this interrogatory response. I was wondering if you could explain more why the company thinks it's necessary to wait for outcomes related to the proposed thermal energy network before considering NPAs in Connecticut. Can you say more about how those are connected?
When you think about non-pipe alternatives, just the definition of such, we consider network geothermal as one. However, we want to make sure that we're in alignment with all the parties and state agencies in Connecticut that they also agree before we go forward and propose something that perhaps for some reason is not aligned. So I think there's a couple of sequence of steps that need to happen to make sure that any NPAs we're pursuing are in fact considered NPAs in the state's mind, in PURA's mind, and in other stakeholder minds, so that we can then use them as tools by which to evaluate NPAs going forward.
Do you think that delaying the consideration of NPAs in Connecticut creates a risk that the company could miss the chance to implement cheaper alternatives?
Based on my experience, or I guess based on the company's experience in Massachusetts, I would say no.
And in the panel's response to OCC 338E, you mentioned that the company only considers alternate gas projects as potentially feasible project alternatives. I'm wondering what it would take for the company to consider customer electrification as a potential alternative.
I'll start the response to that, and I welcome my colleagues to add. I think, to answer your question about why we only consider alternative gas projects, there needs to be a clear investment decision, cost recovery type framework by which we could offer alternatives to seek that cost recovery. I think that's one point. Two, there are very specific needs on our gas system that, either by code or compliance requirements that we need to take into account when thinking about what we do for reliability or replacement projects that perhaps customer alternatives like electrification, air source heat pumps, et cetera, do not meet either by timeline or from a system perspective.
I also want to add that electrification options as a non-pipeline alternative are very complex because you need to make sure that the electric grid that customer would then be connected to with their additional heating load, which again is much bigger than their load otherwise is, right? That the grid would actually be able to handle that increased capacity. The larger the project that you're trying to do in NPA, the more difficult and complex that is. Again, relying on our experience in Massachusetts, we even had some issues with getting the legal approvals to share customer information between our own gas subsidiary and electric subsidiary, much less the areas where we have gas service, but a different electric company serving that customer. So I think part of what we really do need is regulatory support and guidance, policy support and guidance, so that we're even able to perform the basic engineering analyses as to whether or not it's feasible. So that's really something that I think we would need at a very base level to even be able to perform an NPA for any project.
Thank you. Lastly, I have some questions about the thermal energy network that you're proposing. First, I'm wondering, does the company currently coordinate with other utilities or any other entities that are planning or implementing thermal energy networks?
Yes, the company, as part of its pilot opportunity in Massachusetts, has taken on an educational component to inform interested parties, including other utilities across the country, about progress and lessons learned as it's gone along in its journey. There's also been, I'll call it a grassroots organization of utility companies across the company that have now formed that meet quarterly. It's a no membership type cost group, but we share where we are in the various states that we operate in. We often obviously are giving executional lessons learned or updates, but many other states are giving legislative or regulatory updates on their particular jurisdictions in this group.
Has the company identified any potential locations in Connecticut that could be suitable for a thermal energy network for new construction?
At this time, we have not discretely identified a location or a municipality. We have talked to folks in Connecticut about the opportunity for geothermal. And in our regular day-to-day conversations with customers, we are mentioning it to show that we can, we have this expertise. And while we're still learning, it's something that we're really excited about to potentially offer. I think what comes first is establishing that regulatory framework by which we would even propose a demonstration so we understand what framework we're working in, and that can help us better target the end customer for development.
Could you say anything more about developers or municipalities or others that have approached the company to express interest in a thermal energy network in Connecticut?
I really don't have a whole lot more to add than what I've said here today, but what I will reiterate is that, some municipalities and some groups have been interested. I know that this is no longer moving forward, but the Wallingford, Connecticut opportunity that you may be familiar with that received the initial DOE funding was not, we were not on the team. However, we were consulted pretty regularly as council. They were looking at proposing a geothermal network, working with Deep, Yukon, and the Wallingford Housing Authority. But based on my understanding, that's no longer moving forward. So that community was interested, but we have not had discrete conversations of note with developers just yet. Again, I think we want to get that regulatory framework so we know what boundaries to establish, what we might propose, and then go out and talk to our customers about what that development of a project might look like.
And in the event that you do receive approval to move forward with a project, can you say more about the sort of outreach that you intend to pursue to developers, municipalities, and your existing customers?
Yes. So we have a really good base, and what I didn't expound upon in my previous response to what you were saying about are there groups or other avenues that you participate to educate on the pilot. We have regular stakeholder check-ins. We have a requirement, actually, in our Massachusetts order to meet once a year. So we do regular webinars. We're often at virtual meetings, conferences, taking individual meetings. So we do feel like if we do receive that framework to go forward, we have a lot of material that is pre-made, ready to use to educate those communities. And there have been folks in Connecticut, like say a Yukon or others, who have sat in based on the information we gather from those webinars. So they can be in the loop. And I don't have discrete trackers on who has visited like our website, but we have a lot of material there from an interest perspective. In terms of your question though, back to your question about outreach, we would leverage, I would say, a multimedia approach like we did. It worked really well. We had, depending on what kind of end customer we're targeting, whether it's developers, we have regular meetings with them individually. We have called prior, annual meetings where this has been, certainly a topic in Massachusetts as an update, interesting update. We can also utilize our regular account exec meetings with existing customers to see if any of this type of geothermal opportunity would offset their load, be considered for new load in the future. But this I know is focused on new construction, so we would probably address the developer community first. And then we would understand where they were thinking in terms of municipalities, and we would likely go out to meet with our key stakeholders in the municipalities. We would also love to engage, aside from, of course, the state agencies, certainly advocates in the community, whether they're community-based organizations or whether they're environmental nonprofits, because we thought that really worked early on in feasibility to gain support in the community to do one of these projects.
And can you say a little more about how customer outreach would work in the context of new construction? Given that the building owners or tenants may not be known before the project commences?
It's a great question. So we've thought a lot about this. And so when you think about the developer marketplace, there's some developers that retain ownership of their units. Some do not, right? And so we see this as, the real target is the understanding the economics of the project from the developer as they start. So again, we would look to our account executives, both on the gas and the electric side, to understand who we should be meeting with that might be amenable to. And then as I would see it, this is provided we have that framework from a regulatory perspective, we would continue discussing what a timeline might look like to meet their needs, what kind of payback period they might have, what the economics of the project might be. And then, we would have follow-up discussions, and eventually that would culminate in some sort of commercial agreement to move forward. It doesn't mean we have to do one developer at a time, certainly. We need to understand what everybody's appetite in the development marketplace for something new and different would be.
And so understanding this would depend on the conversations with the developer, would you then expect both projects, the new construction and the thermal energy network, to be proceeding on a similar timeline?
Yes, we see, just from our experience with gas new construction, we do see synergies from a cost perspective of coordinating with the developer deployment schedule. Just a very simple example, if they are bringing basic utilities to a new development, the trench would be open, we could take advantage of that, dropping in the geothermal pipe that we would use at the same time, things like that. So there would be some coordination that would be really great and benefit, I think, the economics of the project. I also think there are some parts of the thermal network installation that we could do parallel pathed to the development or offset from their schedule. So we wouldn't necessarily be totally beholden to certain things to happen first. Just by way of an example, it may not always work, but if we had to install a bore field and it was, not directly under their building or, maybe perhaps that could be coordinated schedule-wise in conjunction with theirs, but not be dependent on certain milestones to move.
And would the company pursue additional customer outreach after the buildings are occupied?
I think that, we would be open to that for sure. I think there is an education component that would come with new tenants coming in or new owners coming in, certainly. So from that perspective, again, we have a lot of ready-made materials that we could offer as partners to the developer to share and to educate on, especially since this technology may not be as familiar to some of the incoming tenants, I'll call them. However, if the developer feels like they could do that on their own or, it's not necessary, we could meet them where they are and see what they would need to be supported.
And do you think that developing a thermal energy network for new construction would provide the company with learnings that could later reduce the cost of building such networks for your existing gas customers?
Yes, I do. I referenced a DOE. I was actually at a presentation that the DOE made where they actually recommended really going for the new construction marketplace because there's vendor ecosystems that need to catch up. There's learnings that still are to be had. And, I'll give a basic point of context. Just having one project partner to deal with could make things more expeditiously installed and developed and installed. This is going to be a little bit different, right? You're not going to have the cost of the retrofits. However, you're going to be able to see certain things to compare, such as pipe installation, service line installation, any sort of pump house needs, bore fields potentially, or whatever you're using as your thermal source, which could be really, really valuable. Framingham, we're so proud of it. It is one data set, so we would want to aggregate as much as we could, as quickly as we could, and that might be a way to do it with new development.
And has the company done any analysis looking at how much a thermal energy network for for your existing gas customers could reduce those customers' emissions?
The one data point to answer your question that I would point to is, we did look at, it's just a snapshot, but when we were actively canvassing customers for Framingham and essentially convincing them to come join the network, we did look at their energy usage, recent energy usage, and do our best at that point in time to project if they stayed on gas or oil even, and others, we had electric resistance, what their bill savings could be, or if there were bill savings. So we have done that analysis on a, customer-specific basis, and we expect that that's going to be a key part, certainly in the retrofit market of enticing folks to switch. Cost is a very key driver, and the bill implications we obviously don't take lightly. And so we want to make sure that customers feel very comfortable with what they may see on their bill. And even we don't always have full line of sight. So it's our best educated estimate at that point in time.
And has the company analyzed the cost effectiveness and the emissions reductions potential of thermal energy networks compared to other decarbonization strategies that you're considering?
We haven't conducted a formal analysis, I think for two reasons. One, because we are still receiving costs for the pilot, so we want to make sure we have a wholesome comparison. And we also haven't brought, as we noted, other types of decarbonized molecules or those types of opportunities to bear. So we'd have to, really do kind of to me, a apples to apples comparison and make some assumptions if we do that. I also think it's important to note that customers are different. And so we've talked to a variety of customers, what might make sense for a residential customer. Maybe I'll say, quote unquote, easier to electrify than someone who's an industrial customer. So we're trying to think of ways to be technology agnostic and fit what the customer needs would be. That being said, we recognize the direction of the state and we, certainly support electrification. But we're trying to offer options and really understand what do the customers need now? What's their appetite for bringing decarbonization options on?
And lastly, do you think that that kind of comparative analysis, looking at both cost effectiveness and emissions reductions, do you think that would be helpful in guiding the company's decarbonization strategies and investments?
I think it would. However, I would also add that, at even any given time, if we talk to a customer, they may be at a different fiscal point, or they may have, many of the customers, like say our large customers, we've had conversations about, they, like us, have ESG goals that they're striving to meet. Things do morph and change. And I'll be quite honest, sometimes they want to look at a variety of solutions. So perhaps they want to electrify their office building, but the plant can't be. So they're looking at multiple ways to attack their emissions. Or many times we've heard, we haven't installed as much energy efficiency as we can. What else can we do if they're, say, growing their campus or something like that? So I do think, it would be helpful to have especially the economical analysis of different technologies. I also think it has to be evaluated under the lens of, what the end use is for that particular customer or set of end uses in some cases.
I just want to add that, the company, particularly Ms. Bruno, she mentioned she's, interfacing with the DOE. There are lots of existing studies and research that the company is constantly reviewing in terms of different decarbonization options. And while certainly additional studies would be helpful, we're always happy to receive more information. If part of the question is whether the company should fund those studies and whether the ratepayer should fund those studies, I think that's a little bit more difficult to answer. And certainly we believe, as we are proposing, that we want to do, a pilot project. We're definitely, if the state of Connecticut is interested in a pilot project, we think that that will provide us with actionable information. So I think that's really the proposal that we're currently considering and not any additional potentially consultant-funded study.
Got it. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I'll note that I don't believe Pure staff have questions, but I do have a quick question. I may have, for Attorney Tisler, I may have misheard the witness panel in the beginning, but I believe a witness adopted Mark Richards' testimony. And I just want to confirm, we do have questions for Mark Richards. Is he appearing on the next panel?
For ESG related considerations or for the environmental remediation considerations that he sponsored testimony and discovery responses on?
He's listed as a witness on the employee benefits and compensation panel.
Right. He will not be available for that panel, but we will have Ms. Connolly available for that panel.
Okay, so any questions that we would have pertaining to interrogatories that he adopted for that panel, Ms. Connolly will be able to address?
For the specific discovery responses that she adopted, which I'd be happy to provide Ms. Lupoli with the list if that's needed.
Okay. They're ESG questions, so
They are ESG related, but they are the ones focused on greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Richards had also sponsored ESG questions related to procurement and I believe one other topic that did not relate to GHG emissions.
okay. I'm sorry, so who are gonna be able to answer the latter portion of those questions?
So we do have members of the procurement team appearing with the capital additions panel later in this hearing. And Mr. Richards will be appearing for the environmental remediation panel.
Oh, okay, so he will be here for that panel, so worse comes to worse, we can,
Yeah, if necessary, if Ms. Connolly isn't able to answer questions and other panel members are not able to answer those, we can defer questions to when Mr. Richards appears.
okay. I appreciate that. So let's address those questions. We'll try to get those questions addressed on the panel tomorrow. Thank you. So moving on with the cross for this panel, EOE, do you have cross for this panel? No, thank you. Attorney General? Oh, no. And I'm being reminded tomorrow's Saturday, so I'm I'm at Monday. Okay, very good. Commissioner Garen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I did want to mention that Commissioner Conti is not feeling well today, but he is following proceedings. He asked me to ask a couple of questions, but the OCC and CLF took care of his questions for him, so I just wanted to point that out. So he's been enjoying the show. I had one quick follow-up, Ms. Bruno. You mentioned earlier before lunch, I think, something about, I think, the talent pool you had to work with, which the skill sets had nothing to do with geothermal networking. And you mentioned something about the closer to the bedrock, the more efficient the system. Did I get that right? Is the bedrock where you generate the heat, the best heat?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Generally, you know, like anything, I mean, it can be installed in places where the depth is a little bit, greater, but generally speaking, that's what we've seen so far.
So you're looking for the bedrock?
That's one of the components we'd be looking at, yes.
Okay. Do you want to clear that up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Well said.
Thank you. Okay, I don't believe I have questions for this panel, so I want to thank the panel for your testimony, and we'll excuse you until the late file exhibit hearing.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm so sorry, redirect.
Yeah.
I apologize. I threw myself off with the Saturday wanting to be here. We can recess so the company can consider redirect.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Tisler, when you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Bruno, do you have any additional comments on the approval provided by the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities on the Framingham project?
Yes, I have a few other comments to add. In sum, just wanted to reiterate that the Department of Public Utilities fully approved the project and also the cost recovery of the pilot. Also, I want to mention that there is a low-income discount rate for those folks that meet the criteria on the pilot who are taking geothermal service, which is really important to us. However, we are proud of this and we know it's one data set. So we would look to leverage as much lessons learned as are appropriate and applicable to anything we do in Connecticut. We also recognize that we are still learning and there is some uncertainty with geothermal and will continue applying what we learn as we go forward.
Ms. Bruno and Ms. Day, do you recall conversations with CLF and OCC regarding affordability? And do you have any comments on affordability of NPAs and alternative clean energies?
I'll start. I do believe that customer choice and affordability are inextricably linked, and that is it is incumbent as the utility providing a service to our customers that we very deeply consider affordability as they make their choice. And I think, just to tie in my previous response and discussion about the geothermal pilot, we are looking for ways to not only understand the technical performance, but also how we can better the customer economics, because many of the decarbonized alternatives are costly. And if we want customers to adopt, we have to continue working at driving those costs down.
I also want to add that the performance of an NPA analysis itself represents an additional cost. And when it comes to NPAs or any service that the company provides, our first obligation is to protect our customers and provide safe, reliable, and affordable service. And so especially when we're trying to improve the safety of our system, when we're trying to reduce leak-prone pipe in accordance with the order established in 180510, our last rate case, to remove bare steel and cast iron by 2029, and the remaining leak-prone pipe by 2032. Our experience in Massachusetts indicates that the additional time and cost associated with even an initial NPA analysis will not help us meet those goals. And so I just wanted to add that even that very first step of that initial NPA analysis adds additional cost and therefore is an affordability concern.
Thank you. Ms. Bruno, do you recall a conversation with the OCC earlier around the types of services that your team provides in Connecticut and whether those costs are allocated to Yankee?
Yes.
Okay, and even though Yankee does not currently have a specific geothermal project or a specific RNG project interconnected in Connecticut, can you clarify what services your team provides to Yankee and the state of Connecticut?
Yes. So my team provides the following benefits and services to the state of Connecticut. We are open and continue to take meetings, stakeholder outreach, discussions with municipalities, potential customers, existing customers around decarbonization alternatives, around, future of gas matters. We provide support and analysis in particular proceedings in Connecticut. For example, I'll call it draft CES that is not currently released yet by DEEP. There was a lot of work that my team provided to educate DEEP or complement their knowledge on some of the alternatives that we discussed today. And we are always looking for opportunities to bring these types of technologies to Connecticut. So we're building that knowledge base and ready to administer as these discussions and kind of opportunities present themselves.
Lastly, Ms. Connolly, do you recall the conversation that you had with members of OCC around customer inquiries on greenhouse gas emission reductions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you clarify what types of information Eversource provides to its customers on emissions information?
Yes, so we provide our greenhouse gas footprint and our climate strategy overall through regular correspondence. Of course, our sustainability report. We also have an annual climate adaptation and mitigation plan, and frequently update our website on various information, including efforts around reducing emissions and climate initiatives. Additionally, we have, through our corporate communications team, a performance metric catered to ensuring our customers are aware of our clean energy efforts. So that is tracked and reported on a monthly basis. So as an organization, we are dedicated to keeping our information updated and providing regular disclosures, which may be an outcome of why we don't see a significant volume of inquiries coming from our customers.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Nothing further.
Thank you. All right. Now this panel can be excused until the late file hearing. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so we have next up the Clean Technology and Future of Gas panel from the Office of Consumer Counsel, please. And I believe the company is up first for cross-examination. Attorney Wheel, would you like to introduce your witness panel, please?
Sure. This is Asa Hopkins and Sol de Leon from Synapse Energy Economics, our consultant in this proceeding for these issues.
Thank you. And if the witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. At the conclusion of the oath, please affirm by stating I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do. Yes.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel.
Sure. To the panel, did you file a pre-filed testimony and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you file interrogatory responses in response to any party or intervener in this proceeding?
Not sure we actually got any questions.
Okay. Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and rebuttal testimony as part of your sworn testimony today?
Yes.
Yes.
I also should have asked, do you have any additions or corrections to either of those documents?
No.
Okay. And with that, you adopt them as part of your sworn testimony today?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel's ready for cross.
Thank you. We'll begin cross with the company, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Leon. You're appearing in this docket on behalf of the Office of Consumer Counsel, correct?
Yes.
And what materials from this docket did you review to develop the recommendations that you're making to PURA in your pre-filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
Reviewed all of the
company's filings, responses to discovery questions, and then later the other company's rebuttal testimony in preparation of our rebuttal. There's also, various documents that may be cited in the footnotes in our testimony.
Okay. So you've reviewed all of the overview, clean tech, PBR, depreciation, and capital additions, direct testimonies, and associated exhibits.
Correct.
Okay. And did you also review the company's standard filing requirements, schedules, and work papers?
Where appropriate.
And did you review all of the testimony and exhibits from the future of gas, PBR, depreciation, and capital additions rebuttal testimonies?
Yes.
And for discovery responses, did you review all discovery responses and attachments in this case, or just select ones?
Just select ones.
And you filed direct testimony on March 13th, 2025, and your rebuttal on April 28th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is generally designed to speak to Yankee's role in Connecticut's energy transition and decarbonization efforts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you're not recommending any specific disallowances from cost of service, nor any areas of imprudence, correct?
So we haven't identified any specific line items or any particular changes in dollar values or identified any specific investments as being imprudent. However, we have argued, as laid out in our testimony, that certain of the company's planning practices are potentially unlikely imprudent, and that the Bureau should evaluate those practices and take appropriate action to improve those practices, potentially including evaluation of any particular disallowance in this case.
Okay, but you haven't taken it upon yourself to quantify that in any manner.
Correct. One of the challenges with evaluating the prudence of planning processes is that it's hard to identify exactly what would have been what actions the company would have taken had its planning processes been better. And so that we have not been able to overcome that challenge to identify any specific investment.
Okay, and at this point in the case, your testimony that you have submitted in the docket, is that a representative of OCC's final and complete position as to any issues related to Yankee's role in Connecticut's energy transition and decarbonization efforts?
I don't think it's our job to speak on behalf of OCC. I don't think it's our job to state OCC's position. They can do that in briefing.
You are experts hired on OCC's behalf, correct?
To evaluate the evidence and put our recommendations before PURA, but exactly the specific arguments that OCC might make in briefing is up to them.
So is it your testimony here today that all of the materials that you've submitted in this docket are not OCC's positions?
OCC has reviewed our testimony, didn't object to any of the things that we put in. I expect OCC would agree with all the things in our testimony. Whether OCC has positions on other things in this docket or whether OCC wants to draw on other pieces of testimony in terms of putting its final argument together, I think that will be up to them.
Okay, I think my question is if your positions relating to future of gas and clean energy technologies are the positions of OCC on those specific topic areas.
I'm not aware that they're not. I think I think that OCC would have let us know if they were not. And so I'm so confident that maybe the attorney can correct me, but I think would say that yes, to the best of my knowledge, OCC's positions are consistent with everything in our testimony.
Okay, so for clarity, the findings on pages 73 to 74 of your testimony and the recommendations listed on page 75 of your direct testimony are not yet the findings and recommendations of the OCC.
I guess my understanding of the process is that OCC would make its findings and recommendations in briefing, which I think hasn't happened yet.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that Yankee's business is the distribution of natural gas?
I would agree that the service that Yankee provides is the distribution of natural gas. I would argue that perhaps the business model is to be an infrastructure provider and to recover its investments in the infrastructure used to provide that service.
Okay, are you aware of a specific statute or regulation in Connecticut that defines a local distribution company as an infrastructure provider?
I don't know the details of the language in the Connecticut statutory framework. I want to make the distinction that if the idea was that Yankee made more money the more gas it sells, that's not true. Right? Yankee's profits are based on its infrastructure rather than on volumetric sales.
I don't think
time.
I've made that distinction in my question. Are you aware?
Was that a question?
Oh, what?
Was that a question? Or
That was just a clarification as to the question that was asked and the assumptions made by the witness.
thank you.
Are you aware of whether, as a gas utility, Yankee has a public service obligation to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable gas to its customers?
I think it does.
Is it accurate that the company has an obligation to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable gas to its customers? I'm sorry, if that's accurate. Is it your expectation that this obligation, if this obligation is removed, I'm sorry, let me go back and rephrase. If it is accurate that the company has an obligation to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable gas to its customers, is it your expectation that this obligation is removed where decarbonization efforts are moving forward?
No, I think that there's plenty of ways to do safe, reliable, and affordable service while also advancing decarbonization objectives.
Okay. So it's your expectation that the company must still provide safe and reliable service to gas customers who remain connected to the system during the energy transition?
Correct. Those that remain connected.
Okay. And is it your testimony that affordability does not matter for those customers who remain connected to the system during the energy transition?
Absolutely not. Managing the transition in an affordable manner is one of the main thrusts of the arguments of our testimony, that the company has not adequately considered what the longer term affordability implications are of the path that it's on.
Thank you. Referring to your SIR rebuttal testimony at page 6, line 19 through page 7, line 11, you stated that you disagree with the premise that the proposed legislation known as House Bill 5004 reflects, quote, that there are no statutes that tie GHG emissions to gas utilities. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you go back and tell us the specific line numbers?
It was page 6, line 19 through page 7, line 11.
Sorry, now that I found it, I can actually hear your question. Could you repeat the question?
Okay. Referring to those lines, you stated that you disagree with the premise that the proposed legislation known as House Bill 5004 reflects that, quote, that there are no statutes that tie greenhouse gas emissions to gas utilities. Is that correct?
As a restatement of what's here, then if the intention of the question is to simply restate what we said, then yes, I think it's accurate.
In your SIR rebuttal, did you identify a Connecticut statute that explicitly discusses gas companies in relation to greenhouse gas emissions?
No, not discussing greenhouse gas, not discussing gas utilities specifically, but any economy-wide GHG objective has necessarily implications for the gas utilities.
Have you reviewed Connecticut General Statute, Chapter 446C on air pollution control?
Not that I'm aware of. And unless that's the overall, I just don't know it by that name. If that's what the overall GHG reduction target is, then yes, but I don't know that by statute title and section number.
So it's fair to say then that you don't know what terms are used or not used in that chapter?
Not by the citation you've given, no.
Okay. And have you more specifically reviewed Connecticut General Statute, Section 22A-200A?
I don't know it by that name. Is that the Global Warming Solutions Act overall targets, or?
Those are the targets, yes.
Yeah, yes, we have reviewed those. I just don't know it by lawyer name.
Okay. And then have you reviewed the statute that then comes after those targets that is known as Connecticut General Statute, Section 22A-200B?
We're looking through that section of that general section of the statutes. I don't know whether where the section boundaries were, or by specific name to given sections.
Okay, so let me ask another question then that maybe gets to the point. Are you aware that the next statute, 22A-200B, requires every 3 years the Commissioner of DEEP to develop, quote, recommended regulatory actions by relevant agencies, policies, and other actions necessary to show reasonable further progress towards achieving the greenhouse gas emission levels specified in Section 22A-200A?
That all sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. Are you also aware that in April 2023 DEEP report on Connecticut's greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which was provided in this proceeding as CAE -001-SP01 Attachment 1. It describes policies under consideration in the Comprehensive Energy Strategy, including a natural gas planning docket at PURA, but that this policy concept, quote, needs to be carefully evaluated within the Connecticut context. Stakeholder engagement is also critical to determining if such policies are appropriate for Connecticut, end quote.
Sorry, Attorney Tesler, I lost track of the question. Was the question like whether the witnesses had reviewed that?
Yeah, if they're aware of that report and that quote.
Okay, thank you.
I don't recall that one specifically, but it does sound familiar.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, has a final report with policy recommendations ever resulted from the last comprehensive energy strategy proceeding initiated in 2022?
I'm not aware that one has.
Okay. So as part of your work in this proceeding, have you reviewed the proposed revised gas pipeline safety regulations being developed by Pura's Gas Pipeline Safety Unit through docket number 2307 -21?
No.
Okay. So you're not aware of the timeline proposed for moving inside meters and regulators to the outside of buildings that has an implementation deadline of 2047 in those regulations as proposed?
No.
Is 2047 more than 20 years away?
Yes, it's 22 years from now.
Thank you. Would you agree that moving inside meters and regulators to the outside of buildings likely has a cost attached to it?
I'm just gonna object I'm not sure of the relevance of this line of questioning to the witness's testimony.
I believe these witnesses indicated earlier in response to my initial questions that they had reviewed capital planning testimony, and I believe they also indicated that they have made recommendations as to capital planning.
But not, that they just testified they're not aware of this capital planning proposal in this docket. So how is their opinion on that particular proposal and the costs of it relevant to their testimony?
Well, I'm just asking if the recommendations to move inside meters to the outside of buildings has capital costs attached to it in their experience.
Okay, so Attorney Tisler, that is what you stated last, like that's the specific question, whether in their experience, the relocation of meters has a capital expense attached to it?
That's correct.
Okay. I will allow that question and direct the witness to answer within their personal knowledge.
I've seen meter movement from inside to outside in dockets and other places. I can't say whether the cost of that has been treated as OpEx or CapEx. It hasn't been something that's been a major focus of our work, and it's not something we addressed in our testimony here.
Okay, thank you. I guess my follow-up would be, do you believe that compliance with regulations may require investments in capital?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be options of different ways to comply that may be more or less expensive.
Okay, moving on. Referring to your SIR rebuttal testimony at page 5, you reference Baltimore Gas and Electric as an example of a utility-led energy transition analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you cite to the study in footnote 8 and provide a link, correct?
Correct.
And previously in my line of questioning, you stated that you reviewed all the documents you provided in footnotes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at that document that you provided in footnote 8, do you have that document available, or would you like a copy of it?
I do not have one with us, no.
Okay. I can provide you with a copy of relevant pages if you would like.
Attorney Wheel?
Yeah, no objection as long as the witnesses confirm they're the pages that are cited in the testimony.
Okay, I provided the selected pages that I will be referring to. So looking at the page with the title Executive Summary, it's page 3 of that document. Can you confirm whether the second sentence begins with the Maryland Department of Environment began to chart this path supported by E3's analysis?
Sorry, Attorney Tisler, can I just pause to just ask the witnesses to confirm that this is the same document that's cited in their rebuttal?
Yes, I do believe it's the same document.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Tisler, the question was to confirm that the second sentence starts with those words? Yes.
Yeah, the Maryland Department of Environment began to chart this path.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third sentence starts with MDE, then built on this work by engaging with E3 to develop more ambitious illustrative decarbonization pathways for the building sector, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then moving to page 10, under the title, Context and Previous Work, there is a detailed description of work previously done in the state of Maryland, including an extensive analysis and research to evaluate pathways to decarbonize the state, and a second reference to targeted sector analysis done with the Maryland Building Decarbonization Study.
Yeah, I see with both of those discussions, yes.
Okay. And then moving on to page 49, in the first paragraph, it describes that the prior work of the statewide analysis was done, quote, after broad stakeholder engagement through the state's mitigation working group under the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, MCCC. And then the second paragraph refers to the building sector study, which occurred after engagement with the buildings subgroup to the mitigation working group.
Yes, see those.
Okay. Based on these descriptions, is it your testimony that the Baltimore gas and electric study occurred without significant state level analysis and policy development work as a precursor?
There's been an ongoing policy discussion, as you summarized, and as the E3 folks summarized, to provide context for their study in Maryland. The particular question that we were addressing in this testimony was whether the utility took it upon itself to do further specific analysis of its own system and the implications for its own business on its own volition. Separate from being required to do so by any state process, which they did.
Okay, but you agree that there were significant ongoing state processes that occurred before the utility took on that analysis, correct?
Yeah, those processes were comparable to something like the CES process, not comparable to a full future of gas type proceeding.
Okay. So you agree, though, that that study occurred with the benefit of stakeholder engagement occurring beforehand?
That study itself, I'm not aware of any stakeholder engagement that happened with respect to that study. My understanding is that BGE was not fully aligned with where the state was going and wanted to do their own analysis in order to lay out the specifics of what the implications would be for itself and to understand for itself what those implications would be.
Understood. Okay, and referring to your rebuttal testimony at page 4, you also referenced the Enbridge gas in Ontario, Canada, for another example of a utility-led energy transition analysis, correct?
Correct.
Are you not aware that the government of Canada has implemented an escalating carbon price as part of its efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, as of the time that this case happened, that was true. In the meantime, I believe the government of Canada has changed its policy.
Okay. So that was true at the time the study occurred.
Correct. That utility was interested in understanding what the policy environment in which it operated, what that implications of that were for itself, and it went out and did studies to that effect.
Mhm. Are you also aware that the government of Canada had established a program called Greener Homes that provides financial incentives for measures that reduce emissions from buildings through insulation, window upgrades, and cold climate heat pumps?
I'm not familiar with the details of that program.
Okay. And are you aware that Ontario has an electrification and energy transition panel to provide advice on helping Ontario's economy prepare for electrification and the energy transition?
Yes.
Okay. So would you consider those significant government-led policy developments that were a precursor to the Enbridge gas transition analysis?
I'm not sure of the timing. Enbridge began this process as it identifies in the quotes identified here. They began that process in 2020. I don't think that electrification energy transition panel came into existence until after that. I'm not sure that the timing lines up in the way that you just described.
All right, I'd like to turn to NPAs now. You say in your rebuttal testimony at page 7 that the company should develop and utilize an NPA assessment process and bring it to PURA for approval. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the NPA framework being formed in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Are you aware that in Massachusetts, that process was initiated through regulatory actions and being informed by multiple local distribution companies and stakeholders, including the Sierra Club and the Office of the Attorney General in Massachusetts?
I'm aware that that's the order of operations that has happened in Massachusetts. So do you want?
My understanding is one of the gas LDCs in Massachusetts also prepared a preliminary NPA framework as a basis for the proposed NPA framework right now. I believe it was Eversource, but
And
not
that was
100% certain.
part of the DPU 2080?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree that it's beneficial to receive stakeholder feedback and discussion when forming a framework like we've just discussed?
Yes, and nothing prevents the company from convening stakeholders to inform its proposals.
Okay. So ultimately, it's your testimony that absent state action, Yankee should develop its own framework using its own parameters and then bring it forward to regulatory approval.
NPAs are an opportunity to reduce costs and increase affordability for customers. So they're part of the utility's overall obligation for safe, reliable, and affordable service, as we've discussed. So part of doing that, absent any particular regulatory request to do that, the utility always has an obligation to pursue safe, reliable, and affordable service, which means that it should already be looking at ways of increasing affordability, such as NPAs.
Okay, so it's your testimony that framework developed based off of Yankee's own parameters is sufficient and would be sufficient and appropriate for adoption in Connecticut with regulatory approval and without statewide stakeholder engagement.
Well, I think a key part of that is the with regulatory approval part, right? Is if Yankee were to develop such a framework and begin to implement it and bring it forward to this commission, then the regulatory process would be able to work and evaluate that and evaluate its impacts and implications. which presumably would involve requisite stakeholders being able to show up in this hearing room and be able to opine and inform what that would look like. Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify something you said, it sounded like you said that Yankee could begin implementing it before it received regulatory approval. Is that correct?
I think that the company has a great deal of freedom of choice about how it deploys its assets, and admittedly would be taking some risk to deploy an NPA prior to regulatory approval. However, if it was a clear NPA that saved ratepayers a bunch of money in advanced state policy, when they came forward, just like any given particular pipe may not be pre-approved for replacement. You come in here and you say, yeah, this was a good choice. This was prudent. You should approve it in the next rate case. The same kind of thing for prudent action on NPAs could be true. The company should think carefully about what the process it wants to do is and how it's going to figure out how to maintain its obligation for affordability throughout time.
Okay. And you agree that network geothermal is one of the MPA options that the LDCs in Massachusetts must consider under DPU 2080B?
I believe that's true.
Based off of this discussion,
I wonder if the word must, must the utility consider NPA, the network geothermal? I'm not aware that there is that requirement that all of them evaluate a network geothermal pilot.
I believe as part of your testimony, you attached the decision in 2080B. Is that correct? Okay, so we can refer to that testimony that exhibit for the exact language, whether it says must or may, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based off of this conversation, isn't it true that seeking guidance on network geothermal, in doing so, Yankee is taking steps to gauge stakeholder and regulatory support for NPAs in Connecticut?
One small potential flavor of NPAs as relates to new construction. My understanding is the scope of what's being proposed here, as opposed to any sort of NPA that would apply to existing customers, for example.
Okay. Well, I think, wouldn't you agree it's possible that a developer may have multiple developments and may be an existing customer who's just building more residential units?
Sorry, I mean, for not making a distinction, but by customers, I mean the folks who would be eventually living in the buildings and receiving service from the company, from the network geothermal system, rather than the developer of a building or subdivision.
Okay. I mean, I think you would agree, though, that customers may move throughout a company's service territory and could stay a customer in one residential dwelling to the next, correct?
Correct. Although if they were to move from a site that has gas to a building that doesn't have gas, the company doesn't have a continuing obligation to serve that customer. There's some things where we think of them as being a different different customer than they were before.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that's Eversource's view on how it considers its customers?
No, I'm just, you were saying, well, somebody could move from one place to another and still be a customer. I'm just clarifying that it's not always true that when a customer moves from one place to another, that all the obligations you had to the customer in their previous place carry over to the.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, and clarify that that wasn't specific to Eversource. Okay. That's it for my questioning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, authority staff. BOE. Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner Karen.
Questions?
I also do not have any questions. Does the OCC need a moment to consider redirect?
Sure. Could we have 5 minutes, please?
Of course, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We do have some brief redirect, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you. To Dr. Hopkins, when you testified that you were not familiar with specific statutes, were you confirming that you had not read any statutes? Or was your testimony that you're not aware of the section code identifiers of the Connecticut general statutes?
I just don't know the numbers for what corresponds to what in the Connecticut statutes.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about whether Yankee should implement processes and at what point it should do so prior to regulatory approval. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In your opinion, would a rate case, such as this rate case, where a utility is seeking approval of forecasted plant additions, be an appropriate venue for seeking stakeholder input and regulatory approval?
Yes.
In your opinion, has Yankee proposed any plant additions in this rate case that address the energy transition?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about Yankee's network geothermal project in this case. Is it your understanding that Yankee is proposing that project in this case?
No, as far as I know, it's simply raising the idea, but not asking for anything in particular in this docket.
To your knowledge, has Yankee ever proposed an MPA project in Connecticut?
No.
Thanks. That's our last question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the witnesses. You are excused.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll transition to the company's employee benefits and compensation panel, please. Okay, Attorney Tisler, when your witnesses are set, if you want to introduce them for the record, please.
Sure. We discussed it earlier, but I'll just note that Ms. Connolly is here substituting for Mr. Mark Richards on this panel. To the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
I'm Sasha Lazor. I'm the Vice President, Compensation, Benefits, and HR Shared Services.
I'm Kara O'Connor. I'm the Director of Benefit Strategy.
I'm Claire Connolly, the Director of Sustainability and Climate.
Donna Gricci, the Vice President of Talent, Culture, and Inclusion.
Jennifer Rizza, Senior Manager, Investment Strategy and Portfolio Management.
Marian Eichler, Director, HR Consulting.
Teresa Hopkins Staton, Vice President of Corporate Citizenship and Equity for Eversource Energy Service Company.
Thank you. Is that the full witness panel? Okay, thank you. Oh,
Erin Travasos, Director of Talent Acquisition.
very good. If the witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Attorney Tisler, please.
Mr. Lazar and Ms. Rizza, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits YGS Employee 1 through YGS Employee 4?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Lazar, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you also provide joint rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as Exhibit YGS Rev Rec Rebuttal 1 through 3?
Yes, I did.
Ms. O'Connor, for purposes of admission to the record, do you adopt the materials of Michael P. Sinan named in the November 12, 2024 application and in the pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits of the Employee Compensation and Benefits Panel, YGS Employee 1 through YGS Employee 4, and all interrogatory responses in the record sponsored by Mr. Sinan?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Eichler, Ms. Travasos, and Ms. Grishey, for purposes of admission to the record, have you also reviewed and do you adopt interrogatory responses sponsored by Christopher L. Hall, specifically UPA 43, UPA 46, and UPA 47?
Yes.
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 To the panel, did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding? Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses? Do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding? Mr. Lazar, what does your testimony say about the company's overall approach to employee compensation?
So my testimony explains several critical items around our compensation and our total compensation structure. First and foremost, it's based on market trends and research and consultants who help us develop a structure. The utility worker is a very specific skill set, and when we look at the gas workers in particular, they're highly specialized and hard to fill. So with that in mind, we need to be very competitive with the total cash position in the market, which again consists of base salary plus the variable compensation piece. These positions do require a lot of training and development, so we feel that we do need to be competitive with that. Again, with our research, it's a prevalent practice. More than 90% of companies in the survey databases that we use also provide a total cash position. I've been in my role for 15 years with more than 25 years of compensation consulting work in the past, and that is a very prevalent practice. So that is why we do that, again, to split the base salary and the annual incentive piece with that. And again, if we didn't keep those pieces, which also includes the merit piece that we talked about, the base salary, variable, and merit, we would fall behind market and not attract and retain the people we need in these specialized roles.
Okay. And does your testimony cover the reasons that actual employee performance is motivated by variable pay compensation performance targets?
Yes, we talk extensively about that. You know, every employee that's hired at the company with the exception of some of the union roles, expect a variable component and pay at risk within their compensation structure. Every employee is rated on their performance against goals that are set by their managers. Managers are allocated dollar value at the end of every calendar year based on company metrics that are available to distribute to employees through the variable piece. Employees know this when they're hired. They expect this element of compensation to be associated with their pay. The performance piece is very clearly monitored throughout the year. Goals are set at the beginning of the year. And we do see, I mean, as a manager and the head of compensation, I see this every day. Employees step up to do things that are above and beyond what their normal roles might be, or things that weren't set as goals in the beginning of the year. Therefore, there's some competition for higher variable pay from employees to ensure that their performance merits it.
Is it also your testimony that layering PBR performance metrics into the Yankee performance framework will improve the company's performance on key metrics that benefit customers?
There's no question about that, just given the nature of the performance management piece. If we layer in more transparent performance metrics that improve our operations and benefit our customers, particularly in the gas realm, there's no question that that will sync up very well with our variable compensation component.
This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin cross this afternoon by the authority staff, please. Attorney Keenan.
Good afternoon. My name's Kate Keenan. I'm a Pura staff attorney. And I'm going to start with some questions regarding the company's payroll expense. The company's responses to interrogatories RRU 313 and RRU 314 provide different FTE numbers. Can you confirm the actual numbers of Yankee FTEs and the actual numbers of ESCO FTEs for which the company requests recovery of employee compensation in this proceeding?
Sorry, which numbers were those?
It's RRU 313 and RRU 314.
I'd just like to note that those interrogatories were sponsored by the Revenue Requirements Panel.
Yeah, given that I didn't sponsor those questions, I don't have that direct answer.
Can you just repeat that question, please? I believe I understood, but.
Sure. Looking at interrogatory responses, RRU 313 and RRU 314, there seem to be different numbers for the ESCO and the Yankee FTE numbers. And I just wanted to confirm how many Yankee FTEs and how many ESCO FTEs for which the company is requesting compensation.
Okay, yep, it's a great question. So 4,007 service company FTEs, that represents the test year level of FTEs, and we did not request any additional. And for Yankee Gas, that was 391. And same thing, that was test year level, did not request any additional FTEs.
And for the 4,007, that's not the total allocated to Yankee.
Correct.
What's the total ESCO FTEs that are allocated to Yankee?
So when we calculate our payroll expense, we don't actually allocate the FTEs themselves. What we go through is a process explained in OCC 407. We utilize the actual test year level of ESCO of 4,007. We take their actual salaries as of the end of the test year, which is December 31st, 2023. We then take the actual by cost control center, we refer to as a CCC. We take their actual allocations for the test year, and we utilize those allocations by CCC and apply those to the test year salaries.
Understood. And I think I have some questions regarding that later on, but can you give us, I understand that there's 4,007 FTEs and portions of each of those do work for Yankee, but is there a way to provide a number of FTEs? Because I believe we've seen 284 as a number, 304 as a number.
Yeah, so I think so in RRU 314, what we've attempted to do is to utilize the overall Yankee allocation, which is approximately 7% or 7.1%, to estimate a percentage of FTEs at the service company level that would be providing service to Yankee specifically. But once again, we don't go through that analysis. That's not how we calculate the actual payroll expense. we utilize the process that's described in OCC 407, which isn't on an individual FTE basis. We utilize the actual allocations of all time by CCC, and we apply that to the actual salaries as of 12/31/2023 in order to get the allocated portion of those CCC salaries that are reflected in the payroll schedule C 3.7. And we go further into the analysis as far as next steps, but I think that might be responsive.
Yes, so I guess my question is looking at RRU 314. I see you did calculate the number of FTEs, and I see a number, I see 284, and then I see 304. Can you confirm that 284 is, I recognize that this isn't how you calculate the number of FTEs, but using the allocation to Yankee, is it 284 FTEs that the company is requesting for the rate year?
So once again, that would be a representative level of the allocated portion of the total service company FTEs. So I don't think we would say there's 284 FTEs. That would be the representative portion of FTEs. That would be, I guess, if we were to take the total pool, allocate that total pool down based on, maybe 7% for this employee, 20% for this employee, 5% for this employee. Overall, the representative level of FTEs would be 284. That's what we estimated in the test year. We did not make any changes to the FTEs when proposing recovery for payroll expense in the rate year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this is again a question regarding interrogatories, RRU 313, RRU 314, and RRU 364. And in those interrogatory responses, the company provides two different amounts for Yankee payroll and ESCO payroll. And I just want to confirm that the reason the two amounts differ is because one is the base payroll amount and the other is the gross payroll amount.
I'm sorry, could you just play back those references, please? I was at close
Sure.
reminder. I apologize.
It's the responses to interrogatories, RRU 313, RRU 314, and RRU 364.
The last one was RRU 364.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I'm there. I have all three.
Okay, my question, I just want to, those interrogatories provide different amounts for the Yankee payroll and the ESCO payroll. And I just want to confirm that the reason the numbers are different is because one is the base payroll amount for Yankee and for ESCO, and the base payroll, in the gross payroll amount for Yankee and ESCO.
When you say payroll amount, I'm sorry, I'm looking at
Payroll
RRU
dollars.
So I'm looking at RRU 313. That was your first reference?
And I believe in subpart A, the company provides Yankee's base payroll amount.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then.
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
that's the base payroll amount for Yankee specifically.
Okay. And then in RRU 364, you provide a different amount, and I'm just confirming that that's the gross payroll amount. And then I would like to know what is included in the gross payroll amount that is not included in the base payroll amount.
And just to confirm, so RRU 313 provides the base payroll amount for Yankee specific employees.
Correct.
RRU 314 provides the base payroll amount for service company specific employees.
Correct.
And then your question is for 364 regarding attachment 1 specifically? The,
Yes.
okay. Just pulling up here, so I apologize. Yes, that's correct. So that's the gross payroll amount. So there is an allocation. I believe I actually spoke earlier to this a little bit. We allocate a portion of the payroll expense to capital. So
Okay.
that's also explained in our response to OCC 407. We do calculate a gross payroll amount, and then we utilize an independent analysis of the test year to determine what portion of employees' time would be capitalized, both for Yankee Gas and for the service company.
Okay, so it's, the gross is O&M and capital.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Circle back. Regarding the number of FTEs, to confirm, the company is requesting payroll expense for 391 Yankee FTEs, correct?
Correct. And that
As we-
represents filled and active FTEs only. So it does not request any inactive or vacant positions. So I think we've explained in one of our responses about the vacancy rate. I think it was RRU 191 that we've got about approximately a 5% vacancy rate imputed in the FTEs of the 391 and about a 10% vacancy rate imputed for the service company as well.
I just wanted to confirm that that's still the number.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on page 70 of the revenue requirements panel pre-filed testimony, the company testified that annualized payroll costs to reflect only those FTE positions that were both active and filled positions as of December 31st, 2023. Did the company's calculation take into account its normal turnover patterns?
So I believe by incorporating that imputed vacancy rate, that's what the intent was. So the company does have a normalized level of turnover throughout the years. So in that response I referred to earlier, I think it was RRU 191. We walked through the historical vacancy rates, and on average over the last 5 years, it has remained for Yankee about 5%, and for the service company approximately 9 to 10%. And what we did in our independent analysis to establish the level of payroll expense in this cost of service was we utilized active and filled only positions, and we excluded any inactive or unfilled positions. Those would represent that normal level of turnover. Those are positions that do exist, but are not filled. The company does not currently incur an expense for those. So they've been excluded from that listing of FTEs that we utilize to set the test year pro forma or base level of payroll expense.
Okay, thank you. In its response to interrogatory RRU 365, the company states that one of the primary business drivers behind the increase in ESCO FTEs in calendar years 2017 through 2024 is the insourcing of FTEs in several of the Eversource Energy business areas as a way to reduce operating costs and mitigate operating risks by replacing higher cost contractors with lower cost FTEs while building internal expertise. Can you identify where in the record the reductions in operating costs are reflected?
I just have one moment, please.
Sure.
Sorry, thank you for that time. I think we're gonna have to take a late file for that one.
Okay.
Take a late file, it's gonna be late file 32.
Okay, and that's to identify where in the record the reductions in operating costs are reflected.
Thank you.
Also in that, the response.
Sorry, can I just clarify the LFA request? Is it just for where it is in the record, or if it's not in the record, should the company quantify the cost savings?
If it's not in the record, they can just respond that it's not included in the record. Thank you. In its response to interrogatory RRU 365, the company lists the electric engineering and information technology functional areas as 2 areas that have undertaken a substantial effort to insource personnel. What other functional areas have been insourced?
I don't have that information readily available unless one of my colleagues has that.
Sure. I'm asking, so in your response to RRU 365, the company lists 2 functional areas as the 2 areas that have undertaken a substantial effort to insource personnel. And I just would like to know what other functional areas have also insourced personnel.
Okay, so in terms of areas we've insourced, and again, I need to look at 365. I don't think that's part of our, but what I can say just from my personal knowledge, we've insourced in IT ever since we've hired the new CIO. The staffing plan has been to insource talent in our IT area. And also we're doing a lot of insourcing in our engineering area across the company.
Those were the 2 areas that were listed in the interrogatory response. I'm wondering if there were other.
Yeah, we'll have to take that offline.
Okay, so I'm going to, so I'll ask for that as a late file exhibit, the other functional areas that have been insourced. And I'm also going to ask for the number of FTEs that are associated with each functional area that ISCO insourced. So including the electric engineering and the information technology functional areas, as well as any more that you identify, any additional areas that you identify.
Can you please supply the years you'd like that supplied for?
2017 through 2024, please.
There'll be late file exhibit 33.
In that same interrogatory response, the company also states that shifting from a regional to state organizational structure contributed to the increase in ISCO FTEs in calendar years 2017 through 2024, and that the shift occurred to improve overall effectiveness and operational efficiency. Can you identify where in the record the improved overall effectiveness and operational efficiency gained by shifting from a regional to a state organizational structure is reflected?
Can I just question a bit, because I'm talking to my colleagues, and these are not interrogatories that we were assigned to. So I apologize for that. We can certainly move away and get you those answers, but we've had no input into that or any input into the answers for that. So I apologize. I just don't want to waste time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gricci. Yes, that interrogatory was sponsored by the Revenue Requirements panel, and they will be appearing for testimony probably on Monday. If you'd like to follow up with additional questions for them then.
Okay. So should I? Yeah, I have. I have a number of questions that probably overlap both panels, and I would just request that if you don't have the answers, just let me know and I'll have to hold them for the revenue requirements panel. But the topics are covered by both panels, so it's hard to split it apart if that's.
Yep, understood.
Is that
And I
okay?
believe we have revenue requirements witnesses who will attempt to answer your questions today, if feasible.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Keenan, this to your left, the other left.
Oh, God, sorry.
I'm having a real problem hearing you, and maybe it's, the heating system.
I can talk louder.
Be great.
I apologize. Okay.
Thank you. So Attorney Keenan, just a summary. So let's go ahead and keep posing your questions. And if the individual question is better held until Monday, we can do that.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great. So in response to interrogatory 314, the company states that Yankee's allocation percentage of ESCO FTE compensation is 7.1%. Would you articulate how the allocation of ESCO employee compensation to Yankee is determined?
Yeah, subject to check, that represents the actual allocated portion of time for service company employees to Yankee Gas for the test year. Approximately 7.1%.
Could you articulate how you arrived at that number? And I will note that it's the same, it was the same amount for I believe 2020, 2021, it was the same amount for all of those years, 2019 through 2024. So if you could articulate how you calculated that.
Correct. And I think we did put a statement in here regarding how we calculated it. So we utilized the actual Yankee labor costs that were allocated from service company for the test year. So the math works out to be 32.318 million divided by 455.163 million, which results in the 7.10%. As I noted earlier, these represent a proxy for the amount of FTEs that would be required absent like a service company structure to be allocated down to Yankee. We utilize that same 7.1% for all years. We did not go back and perform historical analysis on years that were not necessarily relevant to the test year or to what we proposed in the rate year. So we just utilized the 7.1%, same calculation I just described for all the years in this particular data response.
Okay, and you calculated that by utilizing the CCC codes and the percent allocated with respect to each code. Could you tell me what those are based on?
No, so this particular analysis just looked at in totality. So this particular analysis looked at in totality the amount of charges that were allocated from the service company to Yankee Gas as divided by the total service company charges. The analysis I described before was specific to how the company utilizes the specific CCCs to allocate salaries as of a portion of time, as of a point in time to Yankee Gas. And that analysis based on actual 2023 total charges by CCC and the amount allocated to Yankee. So each CCC would have a different allocation percentage. Someone maybe in the gas business would have more allocated to Yankee Gas. Their CCC would have 30, 40, 50%. Someone maybe in a more corporate function like accounting may have something closer to the 7%. Someone in a transmission function may have 0%. So this 7.1% represents the overall allocated costs from the service company to Yankee Gas. The analysis I described before was specific to the calculations for payroll expense, and that is based on CCC.
And with respect to the CCC percentages, how are those determined?
So those are actually, well, the percentages we use are determined based on actual 2023 results. So over the course of the year, each CCC charges their time specific to the activities that they're performing. So if they're working on a Yankee Gas specific project, for example, today here at these Yankee hearings, we would charge our time to Yankee Gas. I was here on Wednesday representing CLNP. I would charge CLNP specifically. So we have work orders that we charge our time to, which are either direct charged, i.e. you book it to CLNP or you book it to Yankee Gas. We also have specific work orders that are allocated amongst the operating companies when there's no opportunity to direct charge, such as when you're working on a more corporate function, like I said, corporate accounting, or they may use a common allocated charge that would allocate amongst all the operating companies under the Eversource umbrella. And there's all sorts of subsets with it, subsets of allocation codes within there. So when we charge our time, that's at the source of the transaction is when we determine what company we charge or how we allocate that time. The analysis that we perform to get the payroll expense, the test year pro forma, that utilizes the actual results from the test year. So there's no specific allocation that is used. It's the result of all the work orders, all the time charged by each CCC. And at the end of the year, for the totality of 2023, we look at that CCC charged total of X dollars. And of those X dollars, what percent went to Yankee Gas? And it's going to be a combination of direct charging, allocations. We just look at the totality at the end of the test year. Do you want to?
So with respect to the CC codes and the allocation, that's based on actual time spent, or is
Correct, actual
so
time
it
charged.
fluctuates even though there are allocation?
Correct. The guidance to all employees at the service company, actually all employees in general at the company, is to direct charge their time where applicable. So first and foremost, if you're working on a specific company initiative, you would charge your time to that specific company. You would direct what we call direct charge. To the extent you cannot direct charge a specific company, the guidance is to identify an allocation that would be representative of the time that you were spending on whatever that more corporate initiative was. And like I mentioned, there's numerous allocators that are based on different things such as number of customers, number of employees, plant, a whole number of allocation codes that employees can use.
Okay. So I'm going to be requesting a late file exhibit, and it's based on, I would like it to be provided in the same format as attachment 1 of the company's response to interrogatory OCC 76. And I'd like the company to provide as a late file exhibit a list of all of the job titles of the ESCO employees that are allocated to Yankee and the allocation amount. And I would like that provided in the same format as attachment 1 of interrogatory OCC 76.
Okay. Yeah, I could take a look at that. I think we have a starting point for that in OCC 407. We, to provide it publicly, we actually redacted all the, well, I take that back. We did not provide all the titles. We can certainly modify that attachment and we can add all the titles in there. From there, attachment 2 provided the allocations by CCC. So we can definitely provide a late file that gives you what you need and also ties back to the support for our payroll expense.
Thank you, because I would like to see the specific positions, not just the departments.
Yes, we have that. So we can provide that confidentially.
So you don't have to provide employee names or anything like that. Just the employee type.
Yeah, I think where the company's concern lies is that some CCCs, essentially a CCC might be a department. They might be very small, so positions can be very obvious when you put a title in there that this position for this CCC represents this individual. I'd look to maybe legal counsel, but I'm not an expert on confidentiality. I think we would have a little bit of a concern providing titles and salaries publicly, but.
Okay, so the company can file it as requested, and if the company would like to request confidentiality, it can do so through a motion.
Thank you.
I don't need the salaries. I apologize if I said that, but I only need the allocation amount. the title and the allocation amount. I don't need to have
Oh,
anybody.
okay, then I
back
can
up
retract that.
information.
We can provide the title and the allocation utilized to get their time to Yankee County.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay.
That would be the percentage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Keenan, would you accept revised OCC 407 attachment if that makes more sense as compared to OCC 76 attachment 1?
Give me one moment.
And just to clarify, 407 does have the salaries, so I think we would probably provide an just an independent listing of titles with their allocations. We can certainly do that. No, no, I don't mind.
And you said a OCC 407 attachment 1 or?
Correct. Yeah, attachment 1, we just listed, I think it was by employee, like number, but we numbered them 100 through.
Yeah, I want the actual titles.
Yeah, no, yep. I'm clear on what you need. So just to restate it, just, so you want just a listing of titles and the allocated portion of their time that would have gone to Yankee, but we're not going to provide any salary information in that attachment. just
Correct.
Title and allocation.
By department.
And add their
Exactly.
PCC, which would be representative of their department.
And it's modeled after, in the response to OCC 76, you provided the information for the customer service department, but I would like all of the employees that are allocated to Yankee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I just, sorry, could I just quickly add, if you look, sorry, let me just grab my laptop. I can't see that far. If you look at UPA 022 attachment 1, we provided enough information that if we include the executive level information now with titles and the percentages, you will be able to see salary information. You will be able to make that link. So I would request, if possible, when we include all the detail, is it okay if we continue to include for the executive level? It's only 64 employees at ESCO out of the 4,007. If we could just put executive 1, 2, 3, 4, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my next question, since the Northeast Utilities merger in 2012, has Eversource acquired any companies?
We did acquire the Aquarion Water Company.
We also acquired EGMA.
Okay, I would like to request a late file exhibit that provides the following information. 1, the list of the companies that Eversource has acquired since 2012, and for each of the acquired companies, whether the employees of the acquired company were added to the ESCO FTE total, and if so, the number of employees added.
Do one more time. Got a transition here. Wasn't what I expecting.
I would like to request a late filed exhibit that provides the following information. 1, the list of the companies that Eversource has acquired since 2012. And for each of the acquired companies, whether the employees of the acquired company were added to the ESCO FTE total, and if so, the number of employees added.
Okay. That's late file exhibit 35.
And I'm going to request another late file exhibit. Using the same format as an attachment one of the company's response to interrogatory RRU 364. Provide the following information for each calendar year from 2012 through 2024 as a late file exhibit. 1, list of all companies to which ESCO allocates payroll, including Yankee. And 2, for each of the companies, A, the amount of the allocation from ESCO to the company as a percentage of ESCO's gross payroll. And
Again,
Hmm?
I only got the first one. Number 2, please.
Oh, sorry, okay. 2, for each of the companies, A,
Acquired company,
nope, each of the companies,
each in the each EastCo company. Okay.
yeah, so number 1 is the list of, I'm now on I'm late file exhibit 36. And the first thing I'm asking for calendar year 2012 through 2024 is the list of all employees to which ESCO allocates payroll, including Yankee. And then the second part is for each of the companies, A, the amount of the allocation from ESCO to the company as a percentage of ESCO's gross payroll and as a dollar amount. B, the company's gross payroll amount. C, the company's revenue amount. And D, the number of customers the company serves.
I'm going to object. I just don't know where the revenues of other companies plays into this, and why that's relevant to this proceeding.
So said another way, what exactly are you trying to find?
Well, I'm looking at the percentage of ESCO's gross payroll, the company's gross payroll, and I want the information to be able to compare all of these companies.
In terms of their
I'd
allocation?
like to object to the comparison of other companies that aren't regulated in this jurisdiction on an operating by operating company basis.
I'm sorry, Attorney Tizzle, say in Connecticut jurisdiction or all of the Eversource jurisdictions?
All of the operating companies in other ESCO jurisdictions.
It does beg the question, what does that have to do with Connecticut?
I think the amount, the allocation to ESCO of all of the companies is relevant when comparing it to the amount to which it's allocated to Yankee.
Okay, I can understand the idea of wanting to make sure all of the allocations add up to 100%. I just don't know why it's relevant to drill down further into the detail of the revenues of those other companies. And I think some other details as to like the exact payroll that those other companies have. It would be my understanding that the allocation percentages would likely be acceptable to provide to demonstrate that they, add up to 100%.
What I'm trying to understand is whether the allocation to Yankee is reasonable, and to do so, I need to see the allocations to the other companies.
Can I take a moment to confer with my clients?
I wouldn't mind taking a recess myself, so why don't we take a recess off the record and we'll reconvene shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Tisler. I understand that there was an objection, but that you're consulting with your clients. Is there a response or is there a proposal before I roll on the objection?
Yes, so I've conferred with my clients and we'd like to confirm that we provided all the allocation information that I believe is necessary in RU 23 attachment 2, which was the allocations for all of the various companies that fall under ESCO. In regards to the objection, we maintain our objection as to the requests for detailed revenue information of other operating companies out of this jurisdiction as not relevant to this proceeding, and additionally is not a good indicator to use for allocation methodologies. Additionally, in terms of the time period requested, the company does have system limitations on how far back it can retrieve this information, and therefore the company proposes to only search back through 2018 if this LFE request is approved. And I'd also just like to request that future questions to this panel be directed to the primary panel members that we have sitting to my right. It appears at this point that many of the questions are detailed questions for the revenue requirements panel. And I think it would be better to ask them when the revenue requirements panel is here with their support staff on Monday to provide more fulsome and complete responses.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. I am overruling the objection, subject to the company's request to limit the time period to 2018 forward. And the company can file a request for confidentiality using the procedures and then notice of proceeding. And I'll take up the second point in just a moment, but do we need the late file exhibit restated or clarified for the record? It was late file exhibit 36, I believe.
Could we just have it restated one more time, please?
Sure. So Attorney Keenan.
Thank you. Provide the following in the format of the company's response to interrogatory RRU 364 attachment 1. Provide the following information for each calendar year from 2018 through 2024 as a late filed exhibit. 1, a list of all companies to which ESCO allocates payroll, including Yankee. And 2, for each of the companies, A, the amount of the allocation from ESCO to the company as a percentage of ESCO's gross payroll and as a dollar amount. B, the company's gross payroll amount. C, the company's revenue amount. And D, the number of customers the company serves.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we are going to wrap the hearing for today, pending the second point raised by Attorney Tisler. We will need to look at our questions. Let's take up the administrative matter of the company's request regarding the June 9th and June 4th date. Sorry, I just closed my laptop. I needed that. I'm sorry, Ms. Peruto. You're all set for today. Thank you. Okay, so let me restate what my understanding of the company's proposal is. Ask for any clarifications or parties or interveners, and then take that up. So it's my understanding that the proposal would result in the PBR panel appearing on June 4th, and then we would have a break in the hearings on the 5th and 6th and reconvene on the 9th for the ROE panel to hopefully conclude it on that day. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I would say with the pace of the hearings, it seems feasible that the PBR panel, may be broken up between June 4th and June 9th under that scenario.
Okay.
So I just want to confirm that's acceptable.
It is
Okay.
to me. Understanding that I believe the EOE and OCC confirmed availability of the ROE witnesses on June 9th. So I'll pause for any objections to this proposal. Seeing none, we'll approve that proposal. So that we have the PBR panel tentatively scheduled for the 4th to potentially bleed into the 9th, and then we'll take up the ROE panels on June 9th. Okay. Anything further from the company?
No, nothing further.
Thank you. And I believe we have affidavit request for witness Dunkel that we'll issue today. I believe we've confirmed that the commission has, that the authority has no cross either. So we'll expect a ruling either today or Monday, excusing him, adopting by affidavit.
Thank you, Chairman. Tom Wheel for OCC. I did, subsequent to preparing that motion, we realized that we have a small errata to his rebuttal testimony where we're going to share it with all relevant parties. It's correcting, he has a citation to a FERC opinion that he's using the wrong number. Like he's saying his citation references something like FERC opinion 472, but it should say 427 or something. We'll circulate it, but we'll also file that because I presume that the authority would want to see that before ruling on the motion to adopt.
Okay, agreed. So we will hold off ruling on the motion to adopt by affidavit until Monday after that is filed and circulated.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? If not, we are adjourned. We'll see everyone Monday at 10.